Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome. A very warm welcome on what is a very cold winter morning of New Delhi. So to get some warmth, let's have a huge round of applause for everybody in attendance. So very warm welcome to the first of its kind National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy. Let me wish each one of you a very happy new year. This new year, 2023, is special because India has the presidency of G20. And as India aspires to become a $5 trillion economy, ICI, that's the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, envisages that commerce and accountancy education is going to play a pivotal role. So with the objective of adding value and enhancing synergies across different levels of education, be it school, college, universities, ICI proudly presents NES-CA. So we're very happy. It's such a delightful scene to see each one of you in attendance. We'd like to say thank you to Association of Indian Universities, that's AIU, the National Council of Education Research and Training, NCERT, and National Council for Teacher Education, that's NCTE, for partnering in this initiative. What a spectacle this is, where we have amongst us in attendance respected vice chancellors from different universities across India. Welcome. Directors, dean, professors, head of departments. We have the respective central council members of ICI, our distinguished speakers. Once again, a round of applause for everyone who's traveled to New Delhi. So let me very quickly tell you the program structure. This is a two-day event. It's Friday, 6th of January today. And we'll have 5 sessions today. That includes the inaugural. And then we'll have 4 technical sessions tomorrow. So in all, inaugural plus 8 technical sessions. And as you witness each of these sessions, your active participation is a must. And I'm sure when you listen to distinguished eminent speakers, you'll have many queries or feedback coming to your mind. If that's the case, then you must have seen this placard. So to those of you who are just entering and settling, let me just quickly recap. You can scan this QR code. So we are leveraging technology. That is what NEP 2020 also says. So you can just scan this QR code. You will get a link, which is a Google form. It's a very simple one-page form that says you can select which session you are attending and what question you have. So you can write your name, write your question. It will come to us backstage, and we will ensure, time permitting, to include as many questions as possible so that we can include your feedback. So this is the link. We've got many handies, if I can call that, on display. Our volunteers are roaming around with them, and you can download this, save it on your mobile, and send as many questions as you want. So we'll have the inaugural session today at 12 noon, and that is when the chief guest for the inaugural session, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, will be joining us. We'll also be joined for keynote address by Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar, who's the Union Minister of State Finance, the Honorable President ICI, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, and respected Vice President CA Aniket Talati, and along with other Central Council members will also be joining. So it promises to be an exciting 2 days, and we wish you all a very joyful experience here in New Delhi. Thank you once again for coming. Let's begin with the first session. The first session. So we'll have the first technical session and inaugural before lunch today. The first technical session is on the topic, Role of Commerce Education in Skilling Youth for $5 trillion Economy. And please, among round of applause, welcome the eminent speaker, CA T.N. Manoharan, on stage, please. I'd like to request our respective Central Council members, CA Pramod Jain ji and CA Dr. Raj Chawla, to kindly join us on the stage. CA T.N. Manoharan ji is the past president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He's a law graduate. He is now the chairman of the IDBI Bank. He's a distinguished author who has written several books for professionals and students for taxation. He was part of the government-nominated board for revival of the Satyam Computer Services Limited, and for his contribution towards business and trade in 2010, sir was conferred the civilian honor Padma Shri. Thank you so much for joining us. I request CA Pramod Jain and CA Dr. Raj Chawla, respective Central Council members, to welcome the distinguished speaker with a book. So we have a book as the gift. I think very apt with the luminaries of education from across India in this summit. I'm sure the first question would have come, which book is this? Hmm? Keep asking questions because teachers usually take a lot of questions. Teachers should ask a lot of questions too. How many of you want to know which book is this? Okay, it is The Professional by Subrata Bagchi. So it lists down the qualities that a professional should imbibe and demonstrate. So I'm sure it'll make a very good read. So let's start the session. I'd like to invite CA Pramod Jain first, respected Central Council member, a direct tax luminary, to please share his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Uh, Padam Shri CATN Manoranji, don't you, all those who don't know that he's a chartered accountant of our past president, Padam Shri, honored with the Padam Shri by Honorable President TN Manoran sir. In absentia, the president of ICI, Dr. Devashish Mitra, Vice President Aniket Larji in absentia, the chairperson of the Board of Studies Academics, Dayaneva Sharma, Vice Chairman Vishal Doshi ji, our very respected government nominee on the Council of ICI and the past principal of the Sri Ram College of Commerce, PC Jain Saab. We really respect his command over the subject and the way he guides us in the council. The Secretariat of the Board of Studies, Dr. Vandana Nagpalji, and all my friends who have come from over 25 states. A very warm welcome to all of you, and thanks for joining on this very, very important discussion, I would say, the NES-CA. We all know that India today is aiming around 140 crore population. At some point of time, it was treated that is a bane, having so much of population, but today it has become a boon. Because throughout the world, there may be recession, but India is guiding everyone because the so-called middle income level group which we have in India, which is rising, which is creating that demand and absorbing. I also welcome another Central Council member, Sanjay Agarwalji. So there is a dream of our Honorable Prime Minister for the 5 trillion economy. And the session today, the first session, which our keynote speaker on this for this session is CATN Manoranji. The role of commerce education in skilling youth for the 5 trillion economy. Now, 5 trillion economy, we have been talking since last 2 years, but coming time, we are all seeing that we are talking about now even 10 trillion economy or 20 trillion economy in the coming years, maybe 2040, something like that. And the role of all educationists, I will say, is very, very important to this. When we talk about commerce and accountancy, it plays a very, very important role in achieving that 5 trillion or the higher level economy levels. Because if we talk about basic accountancy, commerce, or any field, say, if we talk about direct tax, indirect tax, corporate laws, insolvency, banking, finance, investments, everything is somewhere related to commerce. And the role which the universities are going to play, already playing, but now upskilling them to make it at current level, making them understanding about what is an accounting, what is accounting standards. They may go into any field, because if they're in commerce field, they can go into, I would say, even an entrepreneur or politics or sports, anywhere they can go. But having that basic knowledge, so what is accounting, what is commerce, what is taxation, what is the various laws prevailing in the country and internationally. Because if you have to achieve the 5 trillion economy, we need to be globally present out there. So role of this educationist, all teaching this commerce, all commerce background students in the new education policies would be very, very important. And here the role of ICI, we have, the Board of Studies has taken this initiative. ICI has taken this initiative that together we can really make this happen. And we are all looking forward to this 2-day brainstorming, the sessions where we all can come together and make this happen in our country. So I welcome you all once again and looking forward to the deliberations of our past president, CA, Padam Shri CA T.N. Mohanji. Again, welcome everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CA Pramod Jain, respected Central Council member ICI, for your opening remarks. Like Sir said, skill is the new global currency. So the key question, how can commerce graduates be skilled for the aspiration of $5 trillion economy that India has? To help us with a special address on that, please put your hands together to welcome CA T.N. Manoharanji.
Very pleasant good morning to all. Dr. Raj Savla, CA Pramod Jain, who are seated on the dais along with me. Distinguished Chairman of the Board of Studies, CA Dayanivash Sarma, and Vice Chairman, CA Vishal Doshi, and Director of BOS, Srimati Vandana Nagpal, other elected representatives of the council and government nominees who are present here, and distinguished delegates who have come from different parts of the country, and more particularly, the Honorable Vice Chancellors, Directors, Deans, Principals, Head of the Departments, and Chairman and Professors of Commerce Universities and Colleges, and Secretaries of the State Education Board. A very, very warm welcome. Being the past president of ICI, I have the privilege of joining ICI in welcoming you to this 2 days meaningful brainstorming event, which is going to change the landscape of the commerce education of the country. Just to share some of my thoughts on this occasion, the topic that is given is the current significance, because post-pandemic, India is galloping, accelerating on its journey to achieve this dream goal, $5 trillion size economy. And in that, who is going to participate, partake, and partner in nation building along with ICI? Most appropriately, the Board of Studies has identified the entire youth of this nation who are pursuing the commerce education, who will aspire to pursue the commerce education, to be partnering in this journey of India's dream achievement of $5 trillion size economy. Now, as far as the world population is concerned, in November 2022, it has crossed the 8 billion mark. So out of 8 billion global population, India's population has crossed 1.4 billion. And therefore, we are a significant component of the global population. But what is the need of the hour in terms of skilling this youth? We can boast that India's population is the young population, because while American population is stagnating population, European, Australian is declining population, Japanese, Chinese is aging population. It is only India's population which is young and dynamic population. And perceived from that context, they say 50% of India's population is less than 25%, 25 years of age. 65% is below 35 years of age. And the youth, prime youth of 15 years to 29 years is 27% of the population. So these are all the demographic data that gives us the incentive to ponder about this particular subject. Because while there are plenty of youth in India and plenty of opportunities that are evolving in the economic growth, are we able to match the skills of the youth with the opportunities? So that is the million-dollar question. And that is why a topic of this theme and the synergy and the collaborative effort of ICI, along with the Association of Indian Universities, National Council for Teacher Education, and National Council of Educational Research and Training, all these four renowned institutions coming together and contributing to this exercise of skilling the youth along the stream of commerce education to enable India to reach this 5 trillion economy, which would be the first step. And thereafter, there will be no looking back, and there will be further milestones that can be achieved along the annals of the history of Indian economy. Now, let us take a look at the Indian economy at a glance. It is one of the world's fastest growing economy, undoubtedly. Even in all the three waves that surged, haunted India in 2020, 2021, first wave, second wave, and the third wave, initially, maybe we took time to recover and bounce back. But later, you would have noticed in 2021, the economy started surging forward, and the production and the exports, everything is phenomenally increasing. Just to highlight, some of these, significant aspects of the Indian economy at a glance. As I mentioned, it is the largest, having the largest youth population in the world. Not only that, no multinational, no economy outside India can ignore India because of the huge domestic market India possesses. So this is an advantage, clear advantage, where the global corporations and global investing community has to look at India as the most attractive destination for, pumping in their capital and investment. And India also is steering around and raising its economic influence. As Mr. Amit Arora rightly mentioned, this year is special for India because from 1st of December 2022, we have assumed the leadership presidency of G20. So from that perspective also, the growing economic influence of India globally is perceived as very significant and strong. And increasing innovativeness. There are a lot of endeavors that are happening to bring about innovation in anything that we do, be it in manufacturing sector or in service sector or in the agricultural sector. With the digitalization of the economy, technology coming in to vogue, artificial intelligence, IoT, and the cloud computing, blockchain technology, and the latest to join the stream of innovations is the metaverse world that is coming into existence. So these are all some of the special aspects of the Indian economy that is galloping further. Take a look at what was happening in 2021-22. That is the previous financial year. The growth of the index of industrial production, 11.3%. The gross inflow of foreign direct investment was 84 billion. Of course, the net is 38 billion after making all the adjustments. And GST, one of the reforms that was introduced in 2017, has taken its full shape. And for the last 8 months, the collections have not gone down below 1,40,000 crores. And the highest being in April, 1,67,000 crores. And the second highest was in October 22, when it was 1,51,000 crores. So from that perspective, even in the current year, the first half of this current year, as highlighted with certain data in this slide, you will find that the momentum is not lost in spite of uncertainties which are staring at the world economies, like the Sri Lankan collapse, which got triggered by the default in servicing the Chinese debt. Similarly, the Russian-Ukraine war and the increasing unemployment in developed economies like America and Europe. In spite of all these uncertainties and the pressure on supply chain disruptions that have happened, the inflationary trends that are seen in significant commodities like semiconductors or chips, etc. India is able to find leverage around all these challenges and keep up the progress in terms of the growth trajectory. So considering all this, in the backdrop of all this, we have to bring in the commerce education in tune with the expectations of the industry, the economy that is growing, and also the various stakeholders. And that is precisely the objective of my talk. And as I mentioned, not only G20, but how the world looks at India. In fact, the International Monetary Fund says India will fare better than most other major economies in 2022, and that was proved right. And the prediction will not stop with 2022 because the McKinsey CEO says it is not just India's decade, it is India's century. That is going to be the way forward. And look at some of the key sectors that are, bringing that required growth for Indian economy to target on the goal. Starting from telecom to automobile, I've highlighted in this slide. But one thing that I would like to highlight is the startup ecosystem. In India, we were predominantly service sector driven economy and not manufacturing sector economy, whereas China was manufacturing sector driven economy. And when it came to the difference between the rich and the poor, or the lack of inclusive growth, the gap between the haves and have-nots is bound to be more in a service sector driven economy, because in a service sector driven economy, the prosperity does not percolate down to the masses. Whereas in a manufacturing sector driven economy, it is bound to percolate down the masses to the masses and improve the purchase power capability of the masses. And for every one direct job in manufacturing sector, there will be 4 allied jobs that will be created for the ancillary industries and supportive setup that is required in the ecosystem. So from that perspective, it was most appropriately announced by the government of India, way back in 2014, that the economy will now move towards Make in India, because that is going to make world of difference. And drawing strength from that, I think the startup ecosystem has evolved in the last 5 years or so, propelling the number of startups, from hardly 6,000 startups 6 years ago. Now we are 84,000 startups and recognized by the government. And out of them, how many have graduated to unicorn status? That is $1 billion US valuation equivalent. 107 startups have graduated themselves to unicorn valuation. Startups have drawn a lot of investment, have provided a lot of employment, which only re-emphasizes that the youth of this country have realized that instead of being job seekers, why not they become entrepreneurs and become job providers? In fact, this very theme, if it is translated into reality, and if commerce graduates, commerce stream of students are empowered with the kind of modern syllabus that is envisaged as the outcome of this collaborative effort, I'm sure more and more entrepreneurs will emerge out of educational institutions who are willing to take the risk, who are, instead of merely being readers of history, who would like to create history. And instead of limiting their challenges, they will challenge their limitations. And that is the objective that needs to dominate in framing and formulating the curriculum of commerce education way forward. Similarly, in the next slide, to highlight only one, tourism and hospitality. If you go around the world, India's tourism is not measurable even to the tourism that flows into cities like Dubai or Paris or London, for that matter. The entire country is tourism. That is because we have not showcased it adequately. We have not provided the enough infrastructure to make it easy for, leave alone the foreign tourists, but even the domestic tourism to take its, full potential. And that is being addressed now. Show me one country in the entire globe which can boast of the mountains, forest, valley views, backwaters, waterfalls, coastal areas, beaches, deserts, monuments, places of worship of archaeological importance, all this in one country. Each country can boast of one or some of these. But the only country which can boast of possessing all this within its ambit is India. And that is not drawing the full potential of its tourism capabilities. That is being rectified now. And I'm confident in the next 5 years, India's tourism contribution to the GDP is going to phenomenally increase. And when tourism grows, all the allied industries are bound to flourish. For example, if you go to Egypt, Turkey, the pyramids, that alone gives livelihood of 10,000 tourist guides. And so many taxi operations, the conveyance, transport, tourism, hotel, all related. And imagine if India can showcase all that it has, the natural tourism, and India is capable of even attracting medical tourism, health-related tourism. And more than that, India is capable of attracting heritage tourism. So all these three, if they are tapped adequately, the entire segment of tourism-related industries are going to flourish. Then in this slide, what I would like to highlight is the emphasis that is given to the IT sector is known for its boom always. In fact, IT sector put India predominantly in the global map even decades ago. And banking sector is now galloping. The objective of the government is to consolidate, to merge banks. That's why 27 banks have become 12 banks now. And it will further get consolidated. And some of the public sector banks are getting privatized. With that, the professionalism and the competitiveness at the global level is going to happen. And the construction, like 100 smart cities and 11 industrial corridors. In fact, the government, Honorable Finance Minister announced in 2021 budget, creating a new limb or an institution under a special enactment with 1 lakh crores of authorized capital. And that happened last year, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, of which I also have the privilege of contributing as independent director and audit committee chairman. So there the focus is to ensure that all the mega projects of infrastructure growth in this country is facilitated by proper funding, adequate funding, because commercial banks cannot meet their needs or expectations because the gestation period is very long. And the only development financial institutions can stand up to meet their requirements and also cater to their demands. So from that perspective, a lot of reforms are happening. Major structural reforms have happened, as I mentioned, right, starting from Make in India to the improved fiscal discipline, various things, and even in enhanced tax compliance, the faceless regime has come. Faceless assessments, faceless appeals, so that, the technology, the digitalization is penetrating into every walk of life, and that is enabling the ease of carrying out activities, ease of doing business in India. And coming to the demographic dividend, which is the sum and substance of this 2 days event, it is very, very critical. That is what Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned. It is very critical to prepare the demographic dividend of the country as per the demands of the changing job roles. So matching the skills of the youth with the opportunities, emerging opportunities. The 50% of the jobs which were prevalent 10 years ago have vanished. They are no longer relevant. That is not the way the transactions happen or the business operates. And what is currently prevalent, a significant portion of the way in which things are happening were not existing before. And this evolution is constant, continuous, and consistent. And therefore, the syllabus, commerce syllabus also has to be dynamic to cope up to the expectation. See, by having a static syllabus, conventional syllabus, we are trying to build a future for the youth. But in my view, we cannot build a future for the youth because future is so uncertain and so dynamic. Therefore, we should build a syllabus or a curriculum, formulate a curriculum which will build the youth for the future. So instead of building a future for the youth, build the youth for the future so that once they are empowered, they will be able to adapt to any future that emerges before them, that encounters them as they come out of the educational institution. And the commerce education, the global trend is very clear. Embracing technology and addressing the macro level issues of the global scenario across, right from the climate related risks and the ESG, environmental, social, and governance related. Commerce students are best equipped to start this understanding, because environment is to preserve the planet. Social is to preserve the people. Governance is to make profits in the most ethical way and with compliance mode. So planet, people, and profit. How best this can be achieved? Only commerce stream of education, inculcating this awareness right from the school days and the college days can bring about a total ecosystem that ensures that India is able to accomplish this ESG as a leader, globe leader. And the importance of commerce education cannot be undermined at all, because no other stream of education can boast of proximity, as much proximate to the economic growth of a nation as the commerce education. And that is where the significance has to be understood. And if the students of commerce education, in fact, the world over, the expectation from Indian youth is phenomenal. A few decades ago, the American parents used to tell their children at the breakfast table, children, eat well, because millions of Indian children are starving out of poverty without one meal a day. Today, the same American parents are compelled to tell their children at the breakfast table, children, study well. Otherwise, millions of your jobs will be taken away by Indian children. That is the potential of the Indian youth that is emerging, which the world has realized. The million-dollar question is whether our own youth have been made to realize it. And who can make them realize it? It is only the educational institutions, universities, along with the collaborative efforts of professional bodies like ICI can make them realize their role in the emerging scenario. And the challenges in the commerce education are also there, because divergent practices are there in different universities and institutions. Therefore, how to evolve it to meet the industry expectations, meet the stakeholders' demands, and meet and match with the expectations of the growing regulators and the government bodies, so that the economy moves in that direction. And the best thing that has happened is the national education policy and some of the efforts taken by the UGC in the right direction. So these are all trend setters, and we will have to augment those efforts and endeavors for achieving what we want to achieve. And in terms of overhauling the commerce education, again, to highlight the bullet point which I have indicated in bold here, ICA wants to, has identified 4 initiatives. They would like to provide internship programs for the commerce stream of students. They would like to promote the student exchange programs and industry orientation, and also enrich the learning methodologies. And aside all this, the 5th one is the cogent and holistic skill assessment. These are all critical components of facilitating and enabling the commerce students to become skillable and employable. So from that perspective, I think, again, I congratulate and compliment the Board of Studies of ICI for coming out with these 5 initiatives, which are very critical and significant, which will facilitate the universities and commerce institutions to achieve their dream and the goal to make the youth skillable. And of course, continuing with this, I think gone are the days when youth can confine to some specialization or some knowledge. Today's need is T skills. In the T, that straight line indicates the depth of knowledge in one domain area or expertise. And the top line indicates the breadth of the knowledge they need to have in all the allied areas to that core domain area. So that T skills approach, if it is adopted in framing this curriculum, I think it will pave way for diverse career options of commerce students. not only in becoming professionals as chartered accountant or cost and management accountant or certified public accountant, so on and so forth, but even in diverse fields like wealth management advisor or banker or in the insurance sector or stock market related operations, project financing, you name it, there are enough number of opportunities if only they possess that domain knowledge, expertise, and the skilling potential. And take a look at this comparative key socio-economic indicators of the top 10 countries in terms of GDP nominal size. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that in 2010, for the first time, India came within the top 10 by pushing Canada to 10th position. We became 9th in GDP nominal size. And in 2015, we overtook Italy and Brazil to become the 7th largest. In 2018, we overtook France to become the 6th largest. In 2020 March, just before lockdown, we almost pipped UK to become the 5th, but we slipped because of the pandemic, impacting us. We had to press a pause button for a long while. And now, of course, we have pressed the reset button and now we are accelerating. And recently we have overtaken UK again and therefore became the 5th largest economy. And in 2027, we are supposed to overtake Germany, 2029 or 30, overtake Japan to become the 3rd largest economy to compete with China and USA. So this is the trend. This is the trajectory which India's economy is following. And while we can be proud that we have entered the top 10 and we are now the 5th largest economy, in what are all the parameters we have improved a lot in over the last 5 to 6 years. If you look at competitive index, we have come below 50. We are 37th rank. I'm taking you from that other end, competitive index. Then global innovation index, we came to 48th, then 46th, and now we are at the 40th rank. And ease of doing business, we were 142 in 2014, then moved to 133, then 100, then 77. Now we are 63rd rank. And global health security index, we have moved to 66th rank. In fact, the world at large is so much surprised that with 1.4 billion population, how did India manage and handle the COVID situation? Many economists thought we will become importers of vaccination, dependent on other countries for producing and supplying vaccination. But, because of Make in India and the push that was given, we manufactured COVID and Covaxin, and the number of dosages so far given to India's population is 220 crores. Not only we administered 220 crores to improve the immunity levels of the population, eligible population of India, we have exported to 101 countries, 23.9 crores of dosages to 101 countries. So that is, in fact, India seemed to be emerging as the pharma of the world, pharma hub of the world. So from that angle, global health security 66. I'm confident very soon it will be below 50th rank. But there are 3 distinct parameters where we have to improve, which are apparent, obvious, and I think this objective of this symposium for 2 days, if it is accomplished and implemented in reality next 5 years, even these 3 things will not be a challenge, because if we achieve 5 trillion, by then the per capita income of India's population, instead of $2,257, it will become $5,000. It will double. And if that doubles, the per capita rank, which is as low as 153 in the global scenario, nowhere near any of the other 9 top countries, you can find our per capita ranking. But that will improve. Similarly, the Human Development Index, which is at 132, that is again skilling the youth with commerce education, can improve that index. And all this will lead to happiness index also. I do not know, UN, the concerned wing brings out every year World Happiness Report, Index report. And they study the global scenario by choosing important parameters. And some economies are always in the top 10. But unfortunately, we were 142, 146, now 139, now finally 136. So this happiness index is a culmination of the whole system in which the country's inclusiveness, the growth, the wherewithal, and the day-to-day ability to get things done, all those things contribute to the happiness of the population. So that also will be a critical indicator which we can improve upon. And if these things are accomplished, if only the youth, today India can boast of being the world's attractive investment hub. Today, India can also boast of world's youngest population. Maybe very soon we can also move towards saying India has a healthy population with the kind of health security that is progressively happening. But can we boast of claiming that India has the most skilled talent, digital talent? So that, to achieve that, today we cannot say that. It's a young India, but we cannot say it's a skilled India. And to make India a skilled India, I think this initiative will contribute in a significant measure. In fact, one generation contributed theosophy to humanity. Another generation built monuments. Yet another generation was instrumental in bringing agricultural sector revolution. Another generation, industrial revolution. Last generation, technology revolution, service sector revolution. And what should be the contribution of this generation? The contribution of this generation, while on one side we are talking of digital revolution, which in any case will progress and nobody can stop India becoming a digital India. Alongside that, I think we should also be able to achieve skilling our youth and making them employable and making India the largest human resource hub for the rest of the world. I mean, even today, even among the Indian chartered accountants of 350,000, at least 1/4 of the Indian chartered accountants are spread across the globe in different continents, different countries. I mean, I used to wonder, having traveled a little over 100 countries, because I have not gone to a country where I have not met an Indian chartered accountant. So therefore, that is the presence of Indian chartered accountants. And then you can imagine the presence of Indians across the globe. And in every part of the globe, Indians are contributing to the economic growth of the respective countries. And I always used to tell them, in fact, some of my students, because I used to teach for 2 decades CA students, some of my students are settled across. And so some of them used to talk to me with a guilty mind. I used to ask them, what is the problem? You are well settled here. You have grown so, I'm very proud of you, but you seem to have a sense of guilt. They used to tell me, all said and done, I'm not within India. So I used to tell them, it is not necessary that you should be within India, but what is more important is India should be within you. Wherever you are and whatever you contribute, the credit will come to India because Indian has done it. And that is what should be your objective. It is not necessary that you should be, they should be in India. In fact, we should empower our youth with professional skills, managerial skills, communication skills, soft skills, leadership skills, and send them across as ambassadors of India. They will contribute to the growth of not just Indian economy, but the global economies across. And that will be a matter of pride for us to boast that India has become the human resource hub for the rest of the world. And in that, this will be a very, very significant measure. And I'm confident that the initiative of the Board of Studies of ICI, for which I must compliment the chairman, C.A. Dayanivas Sharma, for taking the lead, and Dr. Debashish Mitra, President, and C.A. Aniket Sunil Talati, Vice President, for offering due support to make this happen as a reality. In my view, as past president, I can say this is one of the proudest moments for me to look at all the dignitaries drawn from different universities, institutions, states, coming together under this umbrella at the invitation of ICI. And let me conclude with a small anecdote to make it lighter for you to ponder about what I'm talking about. There was a best couple competition. And in any such competition, the couples get eliminated in every round. And the last round was 3 couples. And one of those 3 couples were chartered accountant couples. And the last round is always asking a question and eliciting the best answer. And whoever gave the best answer, that couple will be declared as the best couple. So when the chartered accountant couple's turn came, the wife was sent out, husband was secluded, and he was asked the question, if you are asked to draw a balance sheet of your life, where will you fit in your wife in that balance sheet? He hesitated for a while and then said, on the liability side. As what? Now, before engagement, she was a contingent liability. After engagement, she became
Recording in progress.
and after marriage, secured liability. Then came the turn of the wife. If you are asked to draw a balance sheet of your life, where will you fit in your husband? She said without hesitation, undoubtedly on the asset side. As what? As miscellaneous expenditure to the extent not written off. So the point is, if we are asked to draw a balance sheet of India, where should we fit in the commerce students? That is the question that comes to my mind. I have no problem whether we want to place them on the asset side or on the liability side. But my only request for all these visionaries who are, converged here with the noble objective of formulating a commerce stream which will make them skillable youth is only one. That is, if you are fitting them on the asset side, ensure that you are fitting them as the goodwill of India, goodwill ambassadors of India. If you are fitting them on the liability side, make them part of the general reserves of the population so that from them the government can draw and declare dividend to the stakeholders. All the very best. Thank you very much for this global opportunity.
Thank you very much, CAT and Manoharanji, for your illuminating thoughts and guiding us how we can build youth for future and where do commerce students stand in the balance sheet. So we've got a lot of questions. Thank you everyone for your questions. I'll club a few and I'll request our eminent speaker to please answer these couple of questions. So the 2 questions that are almost similar. One is, what is the special role that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India can play in boosting up infrastructure sector progress in India? And a related question, what is the role of ICI in boosting tourism in India?
Actually, very, very important segments you have touched upon through these questions. I think cumulatively condensed questions, beautifully done. First is in terms of infrastructure development. In fact, even now, though not so much publicized, I am aware of the fact that there are many chartered accountants who are either in practice or in corporate world as employees or executives, are working on so many of these infrastructure projects to make them feasible, viable, and can be funded. So funding of these projects is one of the important segments of the entire conceptualization to ideation to incubation to execution. So in that entire stream, I think funding is the fundamental need to ensure that the project is accomplished. In fact, one of the most difficult problem or the challenge which this infrastructure faces is in India, especially in India, is cost overrun. There is a project which is identified as costing or budgeted for 10,000 crores. Invariably, by the time it is completed, you will find it is 20,000 crores. It doubles. Where from the additional 10,000 crores will come? So it is not just funding. It is also fixing milestones, completion, timeliness. All these things will ensure to prevent cost overrun, time overrun of the projects. In fact, if projects are completed on time, in fact, take for example, the Dubai Metro, the remote operated metro. There are no drivers for metro trains in Dubai. which held successfully the Expo World Exhibition also. So when the contract was awarded, deadline was 9/9/2009. And the penalty clause was not the, we talk about if it is delayed and all that. It is incentivizing. If you execute by this is the thing. And if you are able to complete it well in advance, this is the incentive, that kind of a thing. And timely completion. So I think in all this professional, finance professional, more particularly a chartered accountant, in funding, in splitting it into milestones and timely completion, execution, all these things can be monitored, and it is already being done, but it can be done more efficiently. So that is one role which CS can play. In terms of the other one, tourism and ICI, this is a good thought process, just as this initiative has been taken to reach beyond the profession to the universities, colleges, commerce institutions. I think that also is another aspect which I would join the chorist to urge the ICI leadership to ponder about and think as to how it can be done. In fact, let me give one basic thought, simple thought. Even giving orientation to all these taxi drivers, auto drivers, and all of them in India to assume the role of ambassadors of India. When you get down in Singapore and take a taxi and talk to him, and the way he deals with you, treats with you, and drops you. In fact, I mean, every one of you will have any number of experience to say about many countries, but he went around and dropped me, by which the fare got increased. He refused to collect that additional fare, saying it is my mistake, I went in the wrong route, and collected the exact fare. This kind of because in Japan, I was jogging in the morning, walking in the morning in a park. Fruit fell down from the tree. And by the time I came to the next round, I could see the citizens of Japan clearing it and putting it in the dustbin. They do not want their country to be dirty in any place. That's why the Swachh Bharat initiative was announced by the government. But how effectively it has got ingrained in the population. So these are all some of the things which beyond the profession, ICA can take it up and spread the message, do the orientation, create the awareness. Automatically, if it becomes a clean India, and this infrastructure also to reach the tourism attractive spots well showcased is enabled, I think India will benefit a lot in achieving its dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got the Union MOS Education Minister joining us in few minutes. So, Pramod sir, you wanted to add?
I just wanted to add to what our president has said. Regarding tourism, we recently had the World Congress at Mumbai, where nearly 10,000 participants participated globally. 105 countries, more than 2,500 delegates from overseas came to India. And then we promoted Indian tourism to them, told them what are the places out there. So ICI is having international programs at least once or twice a year, where we promote Indian tourism, plus of course along with the accountancy, say they do come out here. And of course, ICI has been the brand ambassador for the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. As regarding infrastructure and others, just for your awareness, any of the ministries having any issues, including infrastructure. Recently also we had meetings with various ministries. Tomorrow also we are having another meeting with another ministry. Any issues which comes related to accounting, taxation, they always take our guidance, and we are really very, we feel proud and really happy that we are able to contribute to the nation building out. Right. So anything, any accounting or any taxation or any issues, GST, ICI, to be very frank, has been acknowledged by the Honorable PM also, that just because of ICI, the Chartered Accountants, GST, they were able to implement in the country. So thanks to all Chartered Accountants in industry and practice both.
Thank you. I now request respected Central Council member ICI, CA C.V. Chitleji, to kindly share his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable former President and Padma Shri CA T.N. Manoharan ji, my council colleagues Pramod Jain and CA Dr. Raj Chawla ji, eminent educationist and member of our council, CA Dr. P.C. Jain ji, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies, Skill Enrichment Board, and all of you dignitaries present from various universities and various parts of the state. In fact, just continuing the contribution of chartered accountants for infrastructure and for tourism, maybe quickly let me state that any infrastructure project starts with the project document, and that document has everything relating to finances. And Manoharan ji has really elaborated that how the chartered accountants contribute in augmenting that finance, deployment of the finance, measuring the returns, forecasting them, and really monitoring the project. And for tourism and any other industry, what we find that small businessman, small traders, or maybe even a maid from house lacks financial and tax literacy. So ICI has started one drive under Dayaniva Sharma and Abhay Chajirji, that finance and tax literacy for all across the country. And we are holding several such programs where we are making them understand simple things like importance of compounding interest, importance of saving, where they should deploy their money. They should not be lured by the high rate of interest, etc. So there certainly we are taking steps as far as ICI is concerned. And maybe from this August house also, if any suggestions come, we will be very happy to contribute to that end. Coming to the contribution of education, as has been elaborated by Honorable Manoharan ji for the our India, the motherland, reaching it to 5 trillion economy, as it will be appreciated. And what he has stated that maybe 19th century belong to the agricultural production. So those countries which produced more in agriculture, they were ruling the country. Then 20th century, it was industrial revolution. But 21st century, it is the digitization, the technology, and all of it springs from education. So really, this particular century belongs to education. So it is not merely the production, but the productivity is required to be considered. And for that productivity, you need to do research, you need to train, you need to educate. And that we have seen a tiny country like Israel, their agricultural production is manifold in a small piece of land. And that is because of their research. And this is the outcome of education. I think with the education, we can certainly increase the per capita income of each individual. So it is not the national GDP which matters more for a commoner, but it is the individual income is more important, because, you know, averages are leaning towards extreme. But what is our objective as every person till the last data should be able to survive, should be able to meet two ends and lead a happy life. And in that direction, it is necessary that we have to train, we have to educate all the persons so that they are educated and they are able to meet the goals of their life. As far as this 5 trillion economy is concerned, the role of export of services is great. And again, today, if you consider the contribution to the gross domestic product, the service industry is contributing the most. And this service industry contribution comes from education of various peoples who are involved in rendering services. In case of chartered accountants, Honorable Speaker has rightly observed that in many countries, wherever he traveled, he met the chartered accountants. In fact, last couple of years ago, we done a survey that in how many countries chartered accountants are there. And we have a data that in more than 100 countries, chartered accountants are working. They are working in a respectable position, and they are also having some standing in government. So we have now established chapters in many of those countries. And our objective is that not only those chartered accountants keep on servicing that country, but if any help is required by our countrymen, our chartered accountants, our industry, in the matter of maybe getting service in that country, exporting goods, or maybe if you want to import certain goods, maybe those chartered accountants can be instrumental in being the link between the Indian person who needs their help and the chartered accountant in that particular country. So definitely we will accomplish this project. and we will be able to help all the persons and the government to reach the 5 trillion economy. In fact, as you are aware, you are the educationist, and educationists are valued more than actually who deliver the goods or services. In fact, uh, like Manoharanji ended with an anecdote, let me also conclude with it. Uh, there were several persons after the death, they were at heaven, but the God picked up one person who was an auto driver. And he said that, yes, he deserves the first entry in heaven. So everybody was surprised. They said, we are producing this, we are doing this. He is only a rickshaw driver. Why do you want to give him more marks? So he said, the manner in which he drives rickshaw, anybody who sits in that auto, he says Ram, Ram, Ram. So he makes people say Ram, you are saying Ram. So that is the difference. Leave aside his rash driving. But as far as the educationists are concerned, they themselves are creating so many producers, so many entrepreneurs, and so many persons in service. With service, it is not only that you are creating livelihood for yourself, but when you get good education and you become an entrepreneur, maybe you provide service to many others. So that worthy work of making the India enlightened, making youth of India enlightened is cast upon this education system. So we at ICI are more concerned about education and more particularly about commerce education. In fact, we have so many women folk. In number of other countries, maybe women folk are not coming forefronts for the purpose of working, but India is an exception where there is no discrimination between men and women. And that is because of their education and training. Now the latest syndrome of work from home, that has come very handy for particularly women folk. So the workforce which was otherwise we were not able to utilize, now we are able to utilize in this background. So I'm sure that we can contribute towards our national goals with the help of education, and all of you are at the forefronts of this particular mission. So I welcome you at this conference, and I'm sure that this deliberations at this conference, we would be able to reach at some consensus, some conclusions, so that education in our country moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CV Chitale. As you said that production is important, but alongside productivity as well. And that's where commerce and accountancy education and skilling can be of great help. I now request CA Raj Chawla, respective Central Council member ICI, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Abhijit. Good morning to all. First of all, I am thankful to Board of Study Academies of our ICI for giving me this opportunity to offer formal vote of thanks. First of all, I am thankful to CA Dayaniva Sharma ji, Chairman of our BOS, and Vishal Bhai, Vice Chairman, for giving this opportunity. And the first vote of thanks to our past President and Independent Director of IDBI Bank, and most important, Padam Shri Awardee, our CA TN Manoharanji. Thank you, sir. You are really a proud to our profession, sir. And you have explained all the things. Dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues in the Central Council, CA Chandrasekhar Chitale ji from Pune, CA Pramod Jain ji from Delhi, other colleagues, Shri PC Jain Saab, the most humble, intelligent, and government nominee of our ICI, as well as former principal of SRCC. I am thankful to him for sparing his valuable time. My other colleagues, CA Sanjay Agarwal ji, CA Abhay Chhajar ji, CA Sushil Goyal ji, our chairman NIRC, Naveen Garg ji, for sparing their valuable time. All the dignitaries, vice chancellors, directors, deans, principals, HODs, chairman, professor of commerce, universities and colleges, secretaries of State Education Board. I am thankful to all of you for sparing your valuable time in this our very important topic taken by our Honorable CATN Manoharanji, role of commerce education in skilling youth for 5 trillion economy. So I, being a chartered accountant, would like to share some things about our ICI, that our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India was established on 1st of July 1949, whereas the most important document of India, the Constitution of India, was adopted on 26th January 1950. So our parliamentarians at that time, at the time of independence, also thought that commerce is the only way out by which our India can grow. So they established this our Institute of Chartered Accountant on those days before the adoption of this Constitution of India. So this commerce education is no doubt is important. And as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Sahab also said, that chartered accountants are partner in nation building. So chartered accountant means all the people who belongs to this commerce and economics. So friends, our TR Manoharan ji said that chartered accountants are not job seekers, but job providers. So this our profession is really a job provider. We have 166 branches across India. We have 77 chapters in 47 countries. And as my colleague CA Pramod ji said, that this was the first time that our Institute of Chartered Accountant of India hosted World Congress of Accountant in the history of 118 years. This was the first time, and that was the best program organized by our ICI in the month of November 22. So friends, with this, I am thankful to all of you for sparing your valuable time and listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CA Raj Chawla ji, respected Central Council Member ICI, for proposing vote of thanks. I like to request the Central Council members to please present our speaker with a memento, and you will like the memento that we have created for this summit. It is the Ashok Stamp. So a round of applause for the distinguished speaker. Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us on the topic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks indeed. So I think that the key takeaways were that India is witnessing a paradigm shift where the youth themselves want to become job creator and not job seeker. So they're looking for new avenues. They want to be the youth for future, and commerce and education could well be a very potent tool. We are moving towards the inaugural session now. In just a bit, we'll also be joined by Union Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar. But right now, we're very happy that virtually we have with us Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar. Can we have the live link of the minister, please? Has joined us to tell you a bit about the Honorable Minister. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar is the Union Minister of State for Finance. He is a professional, an MBBS MS doctor specializing in pediatric surgery. He's a member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, that's the upper house, representing Maharashtra. I believe, sir, you're joining us from your Aurangabad city, from where you
Please,
as well. Can you hear us, Dr. Karar?
please do me 1 minute. Just I'm tapping the state. 1 minute, please.
Sure. I think National Education Policy 2020 focuses on tech-enabled solutions, and whether the minister is in Aurangabad or any delegate anywhere across the globe, how at the click of the button we can all get connected. So we really appreciate Minister's effort of joining us virtually, and we are very keen to listen. Meanwhile, once again, a reminder that you can scan that QR code and ask any question that comes to your mind for Mr. Manoharan's session. We've received so many questions, sir. I'll pass on all the questions to you, And during the tea break, luncheon break,
Right,
with the speakers and no answers to all your questions. CA Pramod Jainji mentioned about the World Congress of Accountants. So ICI had proudly hosted from 8
Can start.
the World Congress, and the minister had joined us then also. Can you hear us now, Honorable Minister?
Can I start?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Yes, can I start?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone who are attending the conference on commerce and accountancy. The chief guest of today's function, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, who is my colleague. He is a Minister of State in Education and in Government of India. Dr. Devashish Mitra, who is the President of ICAI. Aniket S. Talati, Vice President. Then Gyanivas Sharmaji, Chairman, Board of Studies. Vishal Doshi, Vice Chairman, Board of Studies, and all dignitaries and distinguished participants in this conference. At the outset, I am very glad that the ICA has taken the initiative to host this National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy, bringing together the Vice Chancellors of universities and Commissioners and Secretaries of the State Board of Education across India to fill up and to educate in commerce in India. The power of the nation is built on the strength of the education system. The education transforms people's outlook and nudges them to more creative and productive. In my own life, getting a good education and becoming a doctor proved the lifetime achievement for me. India has been known to be one of the most scientific and philosophical schools of thoughts admired by the European and other Western economics all over the world. I am truly concur with our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi's vision in India to the world's views of word Vishwa Guru, a teacher and knowledge giver, setting example of the world. Towards vision, our government constantly strives in establishing a well-educated society and making India shine in the field of education. Today, India has the largest ever population and will continue to be one of the youngest in the world till 2030. In fact, India has the opportunity to be the global hub for skilled workforce. Our government has a dual focus of educating each and every citizen while also focusing on the quality of the education impact. The quality of the education is a factor of employability and requisite skill training and updated curriculum matching with latest advancement in the world. Additionally, it is important to impart ethics to the Indian youth while also ensuring that they inculcate a good civic sense and respect for law. To achieve this, our government rolled out the new education policy aligned with the aspirational goals of the 21st century. The policy has a global outlook while still retaining the India-centric values, laying deep stress on learner-centric approach or teacher-centric approach. I would like to say the stress upon the importance of the financial education and literacy also is important. Budgeting, investigating and managing credit and financial management are all basic financial abilities that everyone should have. Today, our government is pushing for financial literacy at all levels of education and achieve a financially literacy society. 12,000 financial literacy camps educating the public about personal finance around important topics such as savings, investment, financial products, risks associated have been conducted across the country, part of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav event. The RBI कहता है campaign to educate the public about banking regulations and good and safe banking practices. The Reserve Bank of India released the National Strategy for Financial Education in 2020, which details out of roadmaps for enhancing financial literacy in India, including introducing financial literacy course in schools, usage of the technology and capacity for impairing financial education. Commerce education and business studies is a specialized case of financial literacy and education. While general financial literacy is essential for all the citizens of the country, I believe that strengthening the commerce education in the country would empower entrepreneurs and business owners to make better decisions, thereby increasing their competitiveness in our globalized world. For running a business, one has to be aware of the laws of the land, manage finances, account for income and expenditure, and pay taxes. Today, India is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with 81,000 government recognized startups across 656 districts. With 107 unicorns, India had 19 unicorns in 2022 itself. Today, out of every 10 unicorns created in the world is one from India. On the other hand, registered MSMEs have employed 93,94,957 people in financial year 2022. MSMEs are instrumental in generating employment opportunities in rural and remote areas of the country. Individuals and firms with good knowledge on these aspects always have tremendous demand from MSMEs and startups. Essentially, a comprehensive approach to education and skill building which makes our youth job ready in commerce field is the need of the hour. ICAI has developed the model curriculum 2023 for commerce education at senior secondary level and undergraduate commerce courses titled ICAI Exemplar, preparing future ready commerce graduates. The Uniform Model Curriculum 2023, so designed, will help enhance commerce education provided in our country, making way for standardized commerce education. The model curriculum, which integrates core domains such as accounting, financial management, cost management, taxation, including GST regulation, statistics, law and economics, would help our youth stand apart at workplace by applying their interdisciplinary learning. I was happy to see that the curriculum is in line with vision of the new education policy by testing students on both knowledge of the core subject and analysis and application of it, with suggestions to design questions in practical case studies for better understanding. The model curriculum also ticks off another crucial aspect of empowering IT training to all undergraduate students at the end of each year. This will help make students develop key skills to be job ready and up to par with the latest developments. Overall, I am elated that the model curriculum has wide coverage with credit-based learning courses, application-based approach, and futuristic research options through dissertation and academic project or research work. I am sure that the vice chancellors of the universities and commissioners of the state board education would take the initiative in enhancing the standard of commerce education through Uniform Model Curriculum 2023 forward. This will ensure excellence in commerce education leading to higher employment and economic growth. Today, India is the fifth largest country in economy, and this is all happened by because of the efforts which everybody, I will say all the citizens and all organizations they have taken. Particularly, I want to mention to build India as economy, the ICI will play and is playing very important role. And I am very much aware that since after becoming a finance minister, all the time ICI branch is available and they are working day and night 24/7 to build up the India's economy, and not only build up the India's economy, to see that every person, everyone will be educated, learned for the economy of the country. And we in the government as a minister and government of India, honorable in the guidance of the honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, always trying to help ICI organization, and we combinedly, means government of India and ICI will come together and see that the aim of the Prime Minister will be fulfilled, and in the stipulated time our economy will reach up to $5 trillion. With this, I conclude that this National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy will be definitely helping to build the India and to educate the people for the business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of State Finance, Dr. Bhagwat Kishan Rao Karar, for your illuminating thoughts, sir, and guiding us the path as to how India can fulfill its aspiration of $5 trillion economy and how commerce and accountancy education can play a pivotal role there. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your blessings and all the best for the upcoming union budget. Thank you. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In the inaugural session, we are very happy to share that now we have the august presence of the chief guest for today's function. Please welcome Dr. Subhas Sarkar, Honorable Minister of State for Education. I request you to please come on the dais, sir. We also have the gracious presence of CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, President ICI, CA Aniket Talati, Vice President ICI. I request CA Dayanivas Sharma, Chairman, Board of Studies Academic, and CA Vishal Doshi, Vice Chair, Board of Studies Academic ICI, to please join. So the Honorable Chief Guest, this is the first of its kind National Education Summit for Commerce and Accountancy, and ICI proudly presents NES-CA. We are thankful to our partners, AIU, NCERT, NCTE, and everyone who's in attendance today on this beautiful day here in New Delhi. I request the Honorable President and Vice President ICI to present a book bouquet to welcome the chief guest. Dr. Subhash Sarkar, the Union Minister of State for Education, is a member of Parliament from Lok Sabha, the lower house, representing Bankura constituency of the West Bengal. Thank you very much, sir, for being in attendance at the inaugural session of the National Education Summit for Commerce and Accountancy. Thank you very much. As is the Indian tradition, I request all the dignitaries to kindly light the lamp. And may I request the respected Central Council members and the distinguished speakers of different sessions to please join us on the stage for the lamp lighting. we will also like to bow in gratitude and reverence to all the teachers. Presenting Guru Vandana. Thank you very much to all the teachers for holding the hands of the students and guiding them the path so that they can move from darkness to light, from ignorance to enlightenment. Once again, let's have a huge round of applause for teachers wherever they are on planet Earth. Thank you. So ICI, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, is a statutory body, and it does incorporate all the elements that have been listed in the National Education Policy 2020. Welcome once again to this inclusive, collaborative approach, the National Education Summit for Commerce and Accountancy. And we like to request everyone now to kindly rise for the ICI motto song. Thank you.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामंशो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता.
Thank you very much. May I now invite CA Dayanivas Sharma, Chairman, Board of Studies Academic, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to share his welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. I can't say a warm good afternoon to all because it's a very cold good afternoon as such. So good afternoon to all. First of all, I'm really thankful to the chief guest of the summit, Mr. Sarkar, for being with us. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us an opportunity to be with us and give your words of wisdom. How do we work together? That is something which we are going to look at. I equally thank one of the most closest friend of the Institute, Bhagwat Karad sir, who has been the Minister of State Finance, who has also come and given his keynote address. And he's always looking at ICI for giving a true partnering so that we can always work with the government and see the visions are being achieved in a true sense. Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Dr. C.A. Debashish Mitra, sir. Sir, I think I can only thank you from a perspective that, you have been the chairman of Board of Studies and you have set a tone for this Board of Studies to take new directions, new visions, to create newer impressions at the country level so that we come forward to be called as a true partner in nation building. Respected Vice President, thank you very much for making it possible. Your vision also inspire us to ensure that we take the right directions and new steps towards upbringing the education system, and particularly with regards to the skilling of this youth, what we are talking about. My vice chairman, along with me, has been taking the responsibility all throughout. And most importantly, the past president here, who is here, Mr. T.N. Manoharan, whose student I am. And, he makes us feel proud with the special award of Padma Shri, which actually highlights the profession in a true sense. So thank you very much for joining us and taking the first session on how to reach $5 trillion economy by skilling this youth. And government nominee with us, Dr. P.C. Jain, who himself is a professor and academician who has been guiding the Institute Board of Studies particularly on taking things forward. And most importantly, my council colleagues who are there with me, who actually, this is one place, rather I can say this is a 32 council member table. And these 32 council members come from different states, different cities, different thoughts. We come from different directions. We come from a different set of a mindset. But the most important part, I would love to confidently say that these 32 council members have always ensured it is the institute which is on the top, and above the institute is the nation for us. This makes us feel always confident that we all are working in the right direction and we always want to take a newer step. The moment Board of Studies has represented, that we would like to take up this particular summit at the national level, which is called National Education Summit for Commerce and Accountancy. And you all have heard Mr. Manoharan talking about where India is going to be in time to come. Might be at one stage you are thinking that, we are listening to economics lecture and also trying to understand the Indian economy as such. But the fact is, without a commerce education, trust me, even a housemaid or might be a wife or a family or anyone, without commerce and accounting, we are not actually what we are. Because what plays an important role at the center of the table is the compliance, or might be not compliance, the finance and tax literacy, which is one of the most important aspects, which we all have to understand. Whether it is a commerce graduate, science graduate, or an engineer or a doctor, all requires particularly an understanding of tax compliance and financial literacy, which is the most important part, because every one of us actually plan things in a different manner based on our own priorities. Considering all these factors, this entire NES-CA was being proposed, and the way we have taken it forward is we have reached out to the government and said that we are also part of the entire ecosystem. Primarily, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India comes out of the Act of Parliament, and thankfully, Sarkar sir has actually agreed to be part of this, and we got a lot of encouragement from UGC, AIU, NCERT, NCTE, that let's work together and see how we can formulate things in time to come. The only thing which I would like to tell in the opening remarks or welcome addresses, we are putting our hands open, arms open, welcoming you all people, so that if we are also able to contribute make a smallest contribution in the education system, we'll be the first person to shoulder the responsibility along with you all. This program for 2 days, which has multiple factors which are being considered, and the topics are being taken into that consideration. And the last one, which I would like to say, is the finance and tax literacy, which is required in every school, every stream of education, is only for the purpose of their basic understanding, so that the compliance and most importantly, their awareness of the entire accounting as well as financial investments and everything which need to be considered is basic knowledge available to all the people. Considering this, and I'll be coming back again to talk on the exemplar which we are going to release today with the august hands of the chief guest in the presence of President and all. I can only tell you is we have done our thorough study. Yes, if there is a gap, you always have a green tick and a red tick. You are all professors. So just put that circle 0 and give it back to us. We will learn from your experience, your abilities, your thoughts. You have been closely working with the students. I think every one of us have been students across. And it is time when we look at you as professors, we go back to our memory lane of our colleges and our universities and think that, we were also part of that education system. And when you are getting an opportunity to do something for the nation, particularly, why not we be on the forefront and see what best we can do from our side. With this, I welcome you all and thank you very much for making and giving confidence to ICI that you believe in the quality system of ICI in a true sense. And today, 25 state representation, which is almost the nation, is giving that confidence to ICI that yes, we believe in you, we love you, we work with you, we would like to work with you and ensure that the highest level of education is imparted to the students. And trust me, we are here to assist you, support you, give you guidance, and most importantly, ensure that the young India actually becomes employable, truly young India, not only for the nation, but for the country as such. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CA Dayanivas Sharma, respected Chair, Board of Studies Academic ICI. And thank you to Board of Studies for organizing this two-day event. Like you said, it's a great platform for exchange of ideas. Also, the Board of Studies has come up with ICI Exemplar. And can I now request the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, and President and Vice President of the Institute to please release the ICI Exemplar. So the ICI Exemplar is about preparing future-ready commerce graduates. I request Honorable Minister, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, President ICI, and CA Aniket Talati, Vice President ICI, along with the BOS team to please release the ICI Exemplar. So this exemplar is a model curriculum for senior secondary education and commerce undergraduate courses. The exemplar now stands released. Congratulations to everyone. I now request CA Aniket Talati, respected Vice President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to kindly share his address.
The very respected chief guest of today's seminar and summit, the Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkarji. Thank you very much, sir, for sparing your valuable time and showing your personal as well as the Union government's commitment towards commerce education. Grateful to you, sir, and thankful for your presence today. To the Honorable Minister of State for Finance, Dr. Bhagwat Rao Karad, the Honorable President of the Institute, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra. While I'm stating these names, I realize that Dr. Sarkar, Dr. Karad, Dr. Mitra, generally when I go into a conference and you are a chartered accountant, you generally feel that you are qualified. But as the Vice President today, the qualification of chartered accountancy is paling a bit because we have three eminent doctors from different fields who are here and gracing this occasion. To the very respected past president of the Institute and the Padma Shri, CATN Manoharan sir. Sir, thank you very much for the inaugural address. The Chairman, Board of Studies, Dayanivas Sharma ji, Vice Chairman, Vishal Doshi ji, Honorable Government Nominee, Dr. PC Jain ji, who again, most of you know is the former principal of the best commerce college, if I can say that, in India for so many decades, sir. And I think it's because of your stewardship and your leadership that SRCC is where today. So, sir, truly blessed to have you in the council. The council members who are here, Chitle ji, Hansraj Chuk ji, Abhay Chhajar ji, Pramod Jain ji, Gyan Mishra ji, other dignitaries, Sushil Goyal ji, and other dignitaries present here, the chairman of NIRC. I think it's a pleasure for me. And sometimes we look at the history of ICI and we will be entering our 75th year this July 2023. And one feels, why did it take us so long to do an event or a program or a summit like this? But I think better late than never, and a history has been created today. So my compliments to the Board of Studies and to the Honorable President, that truly ICI is no longer just thinking of education and commerce within the four corners and boundaries and the mental block of just the CA course curriculum, but now thinking of the larger role that the institute can play in delivering, in helping you structure the right commerce education for all the universities. And I think it is very important when we had the opening session by Padma Shri CATN Manoharan sir, talking about the 5 trillion economy. I think all of you as vice chancellors, as teachers, as educators, will all feel one thing, that it is important that how your pupil or your student get the right career path in their life, and also how they're able to contribute towards the growth of the nation. And today, what we are seeing at the institute and in the accounting world is slowly but surely India is becoming the accounting capital of the world. We always were the technology capital. For the last 20 years, we have the top IT companies delivering world-class IT products, software, and now, of course, software as a product to so many markets. But accounting hub, today we probably compete only with a couple of countries, maybe Philippines and others in the Southeast Asia. But largely it may be the US, it may be UK or Australia. I can confidently say that out of every 8 to 10 transactions that are entered in all of these jurisdictions, 2 to 3 transactions are actually happening and being digitally recorded, and the bookkeeping happening in India. That is the kind of impact that the accounting profession, the commerce field is having, not just in Indian accounting, but in the global accounting domain. And with the international course curriculum that the institute is launching, I think it is time that not just the chartered accountancy profession, but the accounting profession of the world is also led by Indians. And in that, what role the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India can play, along with all of you, to deliver the right kind of course curriculum, so that not only the employability of your commerce graduates improve, but they are actually able to help in the development of the nation through growth of accounting and truly making India an accounting hub or the bookkeeping hub for the globe. And once accounting of the world starts happening for here, bookkeeping starts happening from here. The time is not far when the compliances, the audit and other functions also eventually start happening from India. And therefore a huge potential that can be seen in this industry. We will all be seeing statistics of the growth of various sectors. One sector, manufacturing, has its phases, pre-COVID, post-COVID, during COVID, but services sector, and in that especially the accounting and auditing field, is one sector which has registered consistent phenomenal growth year after year. And this definitely is going to be there in the future. And therefore, there are very important sessions that have been targeted in this NEP relating to export of accounting services and how our chartered accountants can provide, and of course, our commerce graduates together can provide these services to the globe. Also, I think a very important thought process that will have to dwell and develop over these 2 days is the blurring line between commerce and science. I think when most of us took up commerce education, there was a clear distinction. What were the subjects that were taught in commerce and what were the subjects that were taught in science? But now with the advent and more importantly, the penetration of technology into the accounting domain, a digital analysis, a data analysis, artificial intelligence, blockchain would earlier only be restricted to the science field and would not be probably even thought of being taught to commerce students. But now the world has changed, and the expectation of the accounting profession, from regulators, from businesses, from governments, from banks, from everybody, is that we must also specialize in this. And therefore, if you look at how internationally course curriculums are being targeted, that line between commerce and science, and specifically the subjects that are taught, are getting blurred, and a lot of overlap is being seen in terms of how technology is impacting the overall accounting field. And I'm also very pleased to see that in this NES-CA, we are having specific sessions discussing the impact of technology and how technology will have to be imbibed in our course curriculums to ensure that the accounting and the commerce education is not only relevant and contemporary, but is actually adding value to not only the nation, but also to the globe. So with this, let me once again compliment and congratulate the Board of Studies Academics for having participation from over 25 states, having such a wonderful recognition and presence. And I am sure those who have not come in this NES-CA, or those states or universities who could not make it, they will definitely get the message from all of you, and we will be able to work not just with you, but the entire university gambit, which is there in India, and ensure that we are able to have the best commerce education for our students across the globe. With these words, once again, compliments to all for being present, and special thanks to the Honorable Chief Guest for giving his valuable time and being present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CA Aniket Talati, respected Vice President ICI. India is celebrating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of our independence, and it's heartening to hear that this new year, 2023, our institute, ICI, will be entering 75 years of its foundation. So all the best. And like the Vice President, sir, he said that ICI is committed to contribute to commerce and accountancy education, not just for the nation, but for the globe. I now invite CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, respected President, ICI, for his presidential address, please.
The chief guest of today's program, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, Dr. Karad, who has been a great friend of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, the Union Minister of State for Finance, the respected and young and somebody on whom we have such great hope, the Honorable Vice President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Aniket Talati, the Chairman of the Board of Studies, Dayanibas Sharma, the Vice Chairman, Vishal Doshi, two very distinguished gentlemen who are sitting in the front row, Dr. P.C. Jain, former principal of Sriram College of Commerce and the honorable council member of the institute, and Dr. T.N. Manohar, C.A. T.N. Manoharan, who is a former president of the institute, Padma Shri, as Vice President said, and all my council colleagues. I will not repeat because Vice President has already repeated, I've stated their names. Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very good afternoon to you. And greetings to all of you from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. A few words about the institute and to Sarkar sir also. He comes from a part of the country from which I also come. So you see, I was telling him in Bengali just now. So you see, eastern region, eastern part of the country. Sir, you see, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India was set up under an Act of Parliament on 1st of July, 1940. We are not an association, not a club. We have been set up, we are a regulatory body set up under an Act of Parliament. So today we are the second largest accounting body in the world. Second largest accounting body in the world. Our membership strength is about 365,000. Our student strength is about 8 lakh. That is the strength that we have. Out of this membership strength, since I see a lot of ladies here, about 28% of our members are ladies. And about 44% of our students are ladies. So you see, that is how you see we operate. You know, we are a global body in the sense that we have 166 branches in India, and we have 44 overseas chapters. We are present in 75 cities and 44 countries of the world. So you see, and you may ask me, how are you present in so many places? So we are present because we have these overseas chapters. So all the chartered accountants, they have set up overseas chapters, and see, we are present. And these chartered accountants, there will be about 40,000 or 50,000 overseas. They are so powerful. See, they are doing so well. They are extremely influential. So that's why today we are a huge global body, and we take pride in associating ourselves with you. Because to us, you know, we are always learning. And today we take this opportunity as a learning experience for all of us. You know, knowing your viewpoints and sharing our viewpoints with all of you. The institute has 4 functions. We are a standard setter. So we set standards, that is the accounting standards, the auditing standards, that is what we do. We are also a regulator. That is the disciplinary mechanism that we have. You see, we regulate the members. We are also an educator, and this is the role that the institute is playing as an educator, in the sense that we have a board of studies. And we are also an examiner. That you see, we have exams conducted twice in a year, in the month of May and November. As I said, as a regulator, we have 8 lakh students, and you see the board of studies is trying its best to see that these 8 lakh students are given the best of education. As an examiner, let me tell you, and here comes when I remember Dr. P.C. Jain, you see, he is in the education side as well as in the examination. He's a member of the examination committee. The Supreme Court of India recently had stated that if you want to learn how to conduct examinations, that's the Supreme Court of India saying, then learn it from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. That is the statement given by the Supreme Court of India. And people like Dr. P.C. Jain, they make us so proud because they contribute so immensely for the well-being of the education and the examination side of the institute. But sitting next to him is our past president, T.N. Manoharan, Padma Shri T.N. Manoharan. Now, what he does, the institute not only looks into the academic side, he's well known for having turned around Satyam. The practical side of things, that is where the institute also works, right? So and he's also written a book on how he has turned around Satyam. And the government recognized his contribution by conferring on him the Padma Shri. So these are the two facets of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. On one side, the leaning towards academics, the examination, which all of you do. On the other side, making our mark in the more practical areas of accounting standards, auditing standards, these areas, and trying to make a difference in India and abroad. That's what we do. So yesterday, I and the Vice President, we were the Honorable CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India. And he's a great friend of ours, Mr. Murmu, just like Sir is and Dr. Karad is. And he was saying that, what are you doing? So I was just saying that, sir, tomorrow we have this conference. So he was saying the two aspects are very important. And I said, sir, tell us the two aspects. He said, technology is one. He was talking about data analytics. And ethics is another. He said that these two areas are very, very important as you take forward the Indian education system. We both said that, sir, we totally agree with you. And then the new syllabus, which is subject to the approval of the Government of India, we said that, sir, we have laid so much stress on technology, on ethics. He was very happy that we said that, right? And I was saying that, sir, we are trying to have, he was talking about foreign universities. I was telling the sir, we are having a MOU with the Harvard Business School. For having a executive development program. I was telling him, sir, all our employees in batches are being sent to IIM Ahmedabad to get to learn the best on management so that they can implement that when they come back to the Institute of Chartered Accountants. So that is the forward-looking approach that we are having. So he was extremely pleased, but I said that, sir, I will quote you in the meeting today that you are talking about technology and ethics. And very nice. That's something that the new courses. Then, we met him at about 4 o'clock. At about 5:30, we had the occasion to meet the Secretary Ministry of Corporate Affairs, both me and the Honorable Vice President. And we are saying the new syllabus is pending approval of the Government of India. So we are saying that, sir, what do I say? He said that, tell them that, we are looking into the new syllabus and we shall see, we shall see what is to be done. Now, what is there in the new syllabus? What we are laying stress is application of mind. NEP 2020. It talks about avoid rote learning and let's stress on the application of mind. Again, coming back to the Honorable CAG, I was telling him, sir, we are going to have a lot of case studies. The course will be very much case study based. That's what we want to do. You are saying very good. So today, we have picked up from NEP and we are laying stress on the application of mind. We are trying to see how quickly we can get our examination system online, because that is how the whole world operates, right? So we have a self-paced study module, which I'm sure at some point of time, people will speak to you about. We have 2 papers in the 4 papers, in the self-paced study module, in which the examinations will be totally online. So that's how it is. If you see the souvenir that has been given to you, they're talking about G20. One earth, one family, one future. They're talking about this. At the institute, even before this tagline came along, we used to talk about 3 Ps: profit, people, and planet. And when G20 came along, we said that we totally agree with this viewpoint. The other day, Amit Arora is sitting, you have seen him, taking the program along. He said, let us have a talk show. So I said, I was all set, talk show on accountancy. He said, no, the talks on ESG, environment, society, governance. Taking me from, profit and loss and balance sheet to greenwashing, green finance, green taxonomy, taking me to a different world altogether, a world with which I'm grappling and the institute is grappling, but at the same time, feeling very proud that we are a leader in that world. A world which talks about non-financial reporting. You see, a world where we says that now the shift has become towards non-financial rather than financial. And you see, those of us who feel that these are all newer areas, how can I do it? Look at a guy like me, I picked it up. Because Amit here was asking me very tough questions, and it was being, telecast throughout the world and India. So I picked it up. And institute was one of the leaders in putting up the sustainability reporting standards book. Sustainability. We put it up in 2020 when the world had not, had just started discussing about sustainability. We are a leader in that. What we have done, ladies and gentlemen, is made the shift looking at the changing times. Insolvency is another area. Many of you have this in the part of your course curriculum. More than 60% of the insolvency professionals are chartered accountants. Simply what we did is we have adapted to change, saw an opportunity, tried to reach out and grab that opportunity. That's what we did. So more than 60% of the insolvency professionals are chartered accountants. We are looking for the non-financial reporting. We want to be a leader in that. When SEBI put up the social stock exchange, about which you may be discussing at some point of time, they said that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India will put up the social audit standards, develop the social audit standards, and they will form a Section 8 company, Indian Institute of Social Auditors, which will totally regulate the profession of social audit in the country. So that was the kind of faith that SEBI had on the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. But here, I'm not talking about the faith. I'm talking about the shift. We are not speaking about social audit. Right? Many of you might not have even discussed. I'm not saying this. We also have a lot of things to learn from you. We have also a lot of things, areas which we don't know about. For example, research methodology. I'm a PhD, so I know about research methodology, right? When it was told about this, I didn't know much about it. Let me tell you, I confess. But then I was taken to a new area of research methodology, which I'm sure the delegates would learn from here. So as we go ahead, we have to work shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand together. In the Vision 2030 that has been written, the booklet that's been just published, they said that we want to be the leading standard setter, leading accounting regulator in the world. You must have seen the video of the motor song. I don't know how many of you noted that. You all stood up when the motor song was being played. You saw the Garuda, the eagle, fly. Now, Garuda, the eagle, is the emblem of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And this emblem was developed by C.C. Aurobindo. Those of us who might know him, a bit spiritually inclined, C.C. Aurobindo, he had developed this way back in 1949. Now, when we made the Garuda, the eagle, fly, if you have noted or if you see it again, you'll find that the Garuda, the eagle, is flying not only across the map of India, but is flying across the world. At the Institute, we believe in the vision that our time has come to be a global leader. And that we can only become, provided, we join hands together with all of you. At the Institute, the three words, excellence, independence, integrity, are very, very important. Many of us, and I think all of us, we soak in the aroma of these three words, excellence, independence, integrity. And then at the end, it is for us, it is always nation first. APJ Abdul Kalam, the former president of India, while talking about the Institute of Chartered Accountants, talking about the chartered accountants, he said, the chartered accountants are the partners in nation building. We believe in whatever he has said. And to all of us, You see, nothing in beyond the nation. देश के ऊपर कुछ भी नहीं. हरदम देश सबसे आगे. And that's how we operate at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I welcome all of you on behalf of the Institute. I'm sure that deliberations will be of great benefit, not only to you, but also to those present from the side of the Institute, to the Chartered Accountants. And let me tell you, we are all equals. And as we go ahead, we hope to go ahead hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, in a spirit of cooperation and collaboration. Once more, thank you very much for your kind presence.
Thank you very much, CA Dr. Devashish Mitra, respected President, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, for your presidential address, sir. And like you outlined, there is a clear paradigm shift that we are witnessing this new year. One is from rote learning to application of mind, and ICI is cognizant of that. And second, many of us may think that commerce and accountancy education is only to be looked at from the prism of financial indicators. Like sir said, we're embracing ESG, environmental, social, and governance factors too. Thank you very much. I'd like to request now the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, to please come to deliver his inaugural address. Dr. Subhash Sarkar is a member of parliament from Lok Sabha, representing Bankura constituency from West Bengal. He is a medical professional. Please welcome Dr. Sarkar.
Namaskar, Namaste, Sat Sri Akal, Khurum Jari, Vanakkam, Namaskaram. Under the Ek Bharat, Shreshth Bharat. Warm greetings to all. Our Honorable Minister of State Finance, Dr. Bhagavat Kishan Rao Kadad, our President ICAI, CA, Dr. Devashish Mitra. ताली तो बजना चाहिए ना? Our Vice President ICAI, CA Aniket S. Talati. Our Chairman Board of Studies ICAI, CA Dwayanivash Sarma. Our Vice Chairman Board of Studies ICAI, CA Vishal Doshi. And who is conducting the session, Mr. Amit Arora. All esteemed guests, the auditorium is full of galaxy. It is like a galaxy of stars. And I know there are some brighter stars in the front row, though I am not mentioning the name. Friends from the media and ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to be present amongst the enthusiastic gathering here today. First of all, I would like to wish everyone a very, very happy New Year. Dear all, 2023 is a crucial and significant year for India. This year, India has assumed the presidency of G20. So I would urge you to celebrate the unification of mankind led by India with great enthusiasm. I would like to share a piece of advice in the form of slok by Pujya Adi Shankaracharya, which is Vaja Govindam. Ma Kuru Dhana Jana Juvana Garva Harati Nimeshat Kal Sharvam Maya Mayam Idam Khilam Pitva Brahma Padam Tvam Prabhisho Viditva.
It means do not be proud of wealth, people, or youth. Time takes them away in a minute. I should say, not in a minute, but fraction of a second. Forgo all this illusion and enter the state of Brahman after knowing this. In the other words, be enlightened with the power of knowledge. My dear friends, I would like to share a small story with you which can act as a mantra for you. The title of the story is Difference Between Success and Failure is 3 feet. The story is from America. This is a true incident. There was one entrepreneur who tried to be successful for years together, but he could not. Then he decided to finish his life. But he had some money left with him, so he thought to use that money for gambling and then end his life. In the pursuit of gambling, he was roaming and he reached a place where a manganese exploration was being done, and most of the companies were tried and ultimately they failed. And a big plot of land where digging was carried out, and that land was put for auction by the original mining company. The man thought, why not take the chance to buy that, as it is also a form of gambling? So on the day of the auction, no one reached for it, and he got a big plot of land with a very small amount of money. And on that day, the digging process was going on. And the labor, they asked this new owner, what we should do? Should we continue to digging? But yes, at the time, he told, continue. You continue your work. But what happened? Just after 3 feet, manganese was observed. And that's why the title of this story is The Difference Between Success and Failure is only 3 feet. And ultimately, he became a successful businessman. It gives me immense pleasure to be here among such august audience at the inaugural ceremony of the National Education Summit for Commerce and Accountancy, which you are telling as NES-CA, organized by ICAI under the banner of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to bring synergy in commerce education through its contemporaneous uniform model curriculum 2023 for subjects at senior secondary level. This is very important. And undergraduate commerce courses. My dear friends, India is now in the 75th year of independence. And the journey of ICAI since inception has been illustrious. It is heartening to note that the institute has always been a partner in nation building, supporting the government in effectively promoting its various initiatives and contributing towards the growth of the economy. In this direction, I'm happy to note that ICAI has already incorporated the significant features of the National Education Policy 2020, that is NEP 2020, in its scheme of education and training of chartered accountancy course by introducing technology-enabled learning through ebooks and live virtual classes and open book and case study approach. This is very important. Case study approach in its examination system as a step towards eliminating rote learning. I am also happy to share with you all that NEP 2020 is the first education policy of the 21st century and replace the 34-year-old National Policy on Education 1986 under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. He has said that the aim of policy is to transform the education sector and place it at par with world-class systems which bring out the best in our students, built on the foundation pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. The NEP 2020 is aligned to the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. It aims to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and global knowledge superpower. The policy has been formulated after a very detailed consultative process, and it is also unprecedented in depth and scale. With the implementation of the transformative NEP 2020, young minds will access quality education. Yes, NEP 2020 facilitates the inclusion of transformative curricula, which you are also doing, that aim for the holistic development of learners, equipping them with the 21st century skills, enhancing essential learning and critical thinking, and placing greater focus on experiential learning, thereby providing a holistic approach to the learning process. Yes, the NEP 2020 provides benefits to the talent pool from diverse socio-economic backgrounds across the country. As India moves towards becoming a knowledge economy and society, more and more young Indians aspire to higher education. Given the 21st century requirements, quality higher education must aim to develop good, thoughtful, well-rounded, and creative individual. NEP 2020 offers multidisciplinary and holistic education across the science, social sciences, arts, humanities, and sports for a multidisciplinary world to ensure the unity and integrity of all knowledges. It is said that the jobs of the future are yet to be created, but with the implementation of NEP 2020, focusing on 21st century skills, scientific temper, and evidence-based thinking, creativity, and innovativeness, sense of aesthetics and art, oral and written communication. This is also very important. Health and nutrition, physical education, wellness, fitness and sports, collaboration and teamwork, which you also advise us repeatedly. Problem solving and logical reasoning, coding and computational thinking, environmental awareness, water and resource conservation, students will be future ready. The role of multidisciplinary education is critical in the development of overall personality. Yes, multidisciplinary education will complement the importance of building cross-disciplinary competencies and deep competencies in one discipline among our students. Students need to be assessed on high-order skills such as analysis, critical thinking, and conceptual clarity to ensure better learning outcomes. Thus, we need to look at education through a holistic approach. It reminds me of Swami Vivekananda's iconic speech in 1893 in Chicago, demonstrating the salience of Indian culture. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, has highlighted the importance of a holistic education system for national transformation. My dear friends, India is a diverse, multilingual, and multicultural country, and we celebrate unity in diversity. And education should become a catalyst to promote peace and harmony in our society. On the 140th birth anniversary of Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Ek Bharat, Shrestha Bharat was announced by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji on 31st October 2015. Dear all, I would like to mention that to strengthen the spirit of Ore Bharatam, Unnada Bharatam, that is Ek Bharat, Shrestha Bharat, we have witnessed the Kashi Tamil Shangamam held at Kashi. By following the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, we celebrated the cultural and academic confluence of Kashi and Kanchi. Considering the significance of commerce in the economic growth of our country, quality commerce education is undoubtedly the need of the hour. It is important that schools, colleges, and universities across India impart standardized commerce education through a uniform contemporaneous course curriculum. I laud the ICAI for its initiative in designing the model curriculum for commerce education at senior secondary level and graduation courses. Yes, ICAI is a pioneer in the field of accountancy education, and it is indeed fitting that it has taken the initiative to design the model syllabi for commerce education. The model curriculum 2023 is in a booklet titled ICAI Exemplar, Preparing Future-Ready Commerce Graduates, incorporating the competency-based approach through well-designed syllabi with objective statements, learning outcomes, and course curriculum. I believe that this approach would help building competent commerce graduates possessing the requisite knowledge and skills sought after by the industry. I am confident that the model syllabi will make learning more interesting and enriching the students. The topics and projects included therein are of contemporary relevance. There is a fine blend of theoretical subjects and practical subjects in every semester. Also, the projects included in the curriculum are such that students should be able to apply the concepts learned in the theoretical education in the projects which they take up. These would enhance their knowledge and skills, thereby increasing their level of competence. This would also equip them with the confidence to pursue chartered accountancy course after graduation. Alternatively, they can go in for post-graduation and PhD. Multiple career options would open up for competent graduates. Their employability will also enhance as they would possess the skills sought after by the industry. Depending on their area of interest, they can choose the industry to work in, like banking, insurance, government, public sector undertaking, or multinational companies. I request you to communicate these benefits to the students and encourage them to focus on learning and upgrading their skills. I'm sure that the technical session in this summit on topics of contemporary relevance will throw light on various aspects in relation to commerce education and pave the way of integration of university education with chartered accountancy education. Chartered accountants can support delivery of quality commerce education by joining the role of professors of practice in universities, an initiative taken by UGC to bring the industry and other professional expertise to academic institutions in line with the NEP 2020 recommendation of strengthening industry-academia collaboration in higher education institutions. I'm happy to note that one of the technical sessions in this summit is on the importance of finance and tax literacy in various streams of education. I'm also glad to learn that ICAI keenly desires that all Indians should be financially literate. This is very important, in line with the national mission of the Government of India on financial literacy, or Vittyo Saksharata. Again, I'm telling, financial literacy or Vittyo Saksharata, which is also one of the most important sustainable development goals promoted by the G20 nations. In this direction, ICAI has created a financial and tax literacy group which seeks to create awareness by conducting seminars and lectures, distribution of booklets and guides, and developing a community of chartered accountants who can act as Vittyo Mitras. Through its knowledge hub, the institute brings together professional and technical content to provide awareness about Indian finance and tax-related concepts and information as a repository. It is noteworthy that the institute has also conducted investor awareness programs to create financial literacy. I urge the vice chancellors of universities and the commissioners and secretaries of the state board education across India to take the institute's initiative towards enriching commerce education forward by adopting ICAI's Model Curriculum 2023 in their respective commerce curricula. This is very important. Through our collaborative efforts, we can promote high-quality commerce education across India, which will in turn significantly increase the employability quotient of commerce graduates and promote export of accounting and financial services envisaged in our government's action plan for champion sectors in services. Last but not the least, I would like to share a quote by Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. The most important lesson that man can learn from life is not that there is pain in this world, but that he can transmute it into joy. Pain can be transmuted into joy. This is the most important work. I extend my gratitude to the entire ICI family. I am sure that this institute will continue to carry forward its work and will play a vital role in the growth and development of our nation, our Bharat, with your Vision 2030, missions, objectives, and way forward. All four is written with your pictures. Thank you all. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education, for your inaugural address, highlighting the holistic view on life and learning. Thank you very much. We like to present a token of gratitude to the distinguished chief guest. I'd like to request Honorable President, Vice President, and our Board of Studies team members to please present the Ashok Stamp to Dr. Sarkar. Thank you very much, sir. CATN Manoharan ji, Dr. PC Jain, respected Central Council members, kindly join us on the stage. A round of applause for the chief guest and the speakers, everyone. Thank you very much. I now request CA Vishal Doshi, respected Vice Chairman, Board of Studies Academic, ICI, to please deliver a formal vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. A very good afternoon to all present over here. Friends, on behalf of ICI, we are indeed grateful to Dr. Subhash Sarkarji, Minister of State for Education, for guiding us and advising us on the education related aspect. Sir, I would just like to share that you shared with us the story about success of 3 feet. I would just like to take it forward that from the institute, and like our Honorable President mentioned, that we would not like to keep even 3 feet between the universities and the ICI, and we would like to march head to head, hand in hand, and shoulder with all of them. Thank you, sir, for also releasing the ICI exemplar for preparing future-ready commerce graduates, which would take us towards the mission of One India, One Accounting, One World. So we would like to share that this is the platform that we have initiated to come together and partner for the future of our students and nation. And with your words of wisdom, we are happy that we would definitely be able to achieve it. Thank you, sir. And we would also like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Bhagat Rao Karatji, Minister of State for Finance, for his words of wisdom and joining us virtually in spite of his busy schedule and enlightening the audience on how ICI can partner with the various universities in taking the nation and the future of the students forward. We would like to thank Honorable President of ICI, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, our Vice President, Sir, CA Aniket Talati, Past President Manoharan, Sir, Government Nominee, Dr. PC Jain, Shri Navin Mittalji, all the Central Council members, colleagues on the council. We would like to especially thank our partners, the AIU, the NCERT, and the NCTE for partnering with us in this initiative. And last but not the least, thanks to all the vice chancellors, the deans, the HODs, the chairmen, principals, directors, professors from over 25 states who have assembled over here to see that our dream of one India, one accounting world comes true. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's make India Vishwaguru when it comes to commerce and accountancy education. With that, we conclude the inaugural session. Thank you very much. Thank you once again to the Honorable Minister for your gracious presence, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. So we will break now for lunch. Please join us for lunch and then be back at 2:25 because 2:30 we'll start with the next technical session. So please be back by 2:25 and 2:30 we'll have the session on the topic Indian accountants rising to global demand. Round of applause. Please welcome the distinguished speaker for the session, Shri Darpan Jain, Joint Secretary, Department of Commerce. I'd like to request CA Dheeraj Kumar Khandelwal, respected Central Council Member ICI, CA Sushil Kumar Goyal, and CA Hansraj Chugh to kindly join us on the stage. Thank you. So Darpanji, just a quick recap for you. We started this morning at 11 with the first technical session, where we focused that India has the aspiration of becoming $5 trillion economy, how we can skill the youth in commerce and education. That was the first session. We had CA T.N. Manoharanji enlighten us on that. Thereafter, we had the inaugural session where we were joined by the Union Minister of State for Education, Dr. Sarkar. And he also said that quality standardized education in commerce and education accountancy is a must. We were also joined virtually by Union Minister of State Finance, Dr. Bhagwat Karad. And now after lunch, we are here for this technical session. All of us very eager to listen into your thoughts. First and foremost, I'd like to request CA Dheeraj Khandelwal and CA Hansraj Chugh ji to welcome the speaker with a book. So this is the National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy, and we are welcoming with books, the best friend. Thank you. I now request CA Dheeraj Kumar Khandelwal, Central Council Member ICI, to please share his opening remarks. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to each and everyone over here. Dignitaries on the dais, the most respectable Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Commerce, Sri Darpan Jain ji, IAS officer, and my colleague in the council, Hansraj Chugh ji, and all present over here. I think this topic is the second session of this entire day. And in this particular day, this is the topic of Indian accountants rising to the global demands. So friends, I wanted to brief each and everyone that in the Ministry of Commerce, the exports of goods and services are there. The exports of goods around $350 billion, which is happening from India to the across the world, and near about $100 billion about the services. There are the limitations for the goods to the various other countries because of the other dependencies on the other countries. But there are huge opportunities for exporting the services. In the services, We have seen the IT services, India riding on the services on the GDP rising or to the particular area. And we have seen that our IT services being recognized across the world. The reason that because of our skill set, our Indian skill set are far excellent in each and every area, whether it's being an accountant, whether it's being a professional, whether it being as a IT professionals. And the reason being that having a skill set, the professional accountant also being acknowledged across the world for the financial reporting purpose. India, which started the financial reporting standards, a IFRS, which is India called is Indian GAAP in the AS, which is similar to the having some carve out with IFRS. And the world, more than 136 countries, which is implementing these standards, will going to be benefited from the India skill set. And again, the global demands of the professional as well as the accountant going to be rise of providing these services. So friends, the lots of, where the chartered accountants, they are a financial reporting companies as well as the global outsourcing hub of the reporting standards. All multinational firms are being set up in India because of the demand as well as the low cost hybrid measure, where the India can compete with other nations. And India is providing a lot of services by the all Indian multinational chartered accountant firms by way of accountancy or by way of other services. Other services are many, whether it's talk about forensic valuations, GST, tax, mutual funds, all sort related, all the activities which is being outsourced from India. And again, India is becoming a global hub for the outsourced share service. You can see all the multinational banks across the India from representing from the world are being set up in India. Like IT sector, as well as the banking sector, insurance sector, and other area sectors, even like BPOs and KPOs, all accounting firms being having set up in India, and the demand is continuously rising of the accountant, whether in the banking sector or insurance sector or accountancy sector. We are providing services across the world. Previously, we have seen that US, Canada, Australia, which we used to refer the services. Now it's not only that we are rendering the services across the world, across even in the EU countries after this COVID period. We also having a rising the demand of the professionals in the placements. I have just interested data, in last 3 years, which I was, referring it, how many professional accountant being shifted to the outside India in the EU country or London country. When I visiting to the UK, I found more than 700 to 900 chartered accountant being shifted in last 3 years only, or maybe from the COVID times. When the chartered accountants are moving outside India, only in the particular UK countries, how many accountants? And huge demanded for the graduate people, where the graduate demands graduates having the rates of $5,000 a month. Now Indian accountant can also be outsourced with the same price or the lesser price also. So global demands are there. And of course, we are well versed in the IT sector, having AIs, ML, and other technology-driven technology. I think India's far exceeding the competency in the skills, and we can reach out to the all world in all getting the demands. So friends, I think today we have fortunate to have one of the prominent person in this particular sector, the area. I can tell you being I'm heading the committee or in the WTO, in the ICI, I was interacting more in the Joint Secretary, Sri Darpan Jainji, young, dynamic leader, I can say. Just 42 years old, 43 years old, young, dynamic IS officer, heading a Joint Secretary, having this coming from the background, from the technology to the administrative post, being IAS, and having such knowledge on the accountancy part, having such knowledge about the world, how the world can operate, having such how the India can be benefited. He is just striving that India is going to be superpower in the accountancy. Let's open up, let's grow, let's people chartered accountant. I've attended 1 or 2 meetings where he was addressing the ICI, where he was addressing the cost accountant, he was addressing the company secretary, even nursing, all accounting, all services. Basically, all services rendered which are the bachelor services, or we call accountancy services. He was mentioning that how the India going to compete or going to deliver the demand of the global rising of the accountant. How we can outsource, produce the more accountant to be global platform. And I'm delighted to be part of his session, and he's going to deliver us a throwing session. How the demand, all you people, 212 people, which are your professors are there, deans are there, director are there, faculty member, HOD, principal, vice chancellor, officers, all the I think 25 states which you're presenting. Let's hear the driving session by the Sri Darpajan. So I request Sri Darpajan to on the floor, with request everyone to have a lot of applause for him.
Thank you, Dheerajji. Thanks so much. And it is a privilege to be part of this event, to address all of you. I'll keep it very brief. I'll not take too much time. I have few slides through which I will give an overview of how we see services sector, and especially accountancy and commerce sector. How we foresee the growth in this sector, the opportunities which are there in this sector, and how India can rise and so how India can actually leverage these opportunities, these global opportunities which are coming up. So I work in Department of Commerce. I handle international trade in services. I look after all the services. So not only professional services, but all the other services. So I'll just give a brief overview, and then we will open it up for some interaction if Dheerajji and the organizers permit. So this is the first slide, and Dheerajji was making mention about it that we aim to become 5 trillion economy. So you would be hearing that now we are in Amrit Kal, the next 25 years till 1947. So we have done many projections, many global agencies have done projections as to what India could be, where India could be in next 25 years. And all these different projections, what they are saying, that we would be somewhere between 30 to 40 trillion US dollars. So you can imagine, at present we are around 3 trillion US dollars. So if we continue the growth momentum, we keep growing at the real growth rate of at least 7%, we can achieve a growth rate of 7%, and we can be 30 to 40 trillion US dollar. And what is the implication of this? See, we have seen in last 25 years, services have grown faster than other sectors of the economy. Services have actually lifted the growth rate of the economy. Sometimes services sectors have even grown beyond 10% year on year. Services exports at present from India stand at 250 billion US dollars. 254 is the exact number. Last year we clocked 254 billion US dollars. We were only 16 billion US dollars in 2000. So you can see the jump which India has made in last 22 years. And our estimates are that if we continue to grow the way we can and the potential which we have, we can easily have 10% share of the global trade. At present, we are at 4% as far as services is concerned. So we can reach 10% share of global trade. And as we mature, as we reach 30 to 40 trillion economy mark, the size of services sector in the overall economy will also increase. At present, we are around 55% of our GDP. If you add mining and construction sector also, we are around 60%. Most of the mature economies, developed economies, if you see, services sector is more than 70%. So the forecast is that services sector in India will also become more than 70% when we reach the stage of 30 to 40 trillion US dollars. So you can imagine, on one side, we will grow from 3 to, let us say, 35 trillion. And secondly, in that share, services will increase from 60% to more than 70%. So 10% jump would be there. Now, in services, professional services are very important. When the economy's size will increase, that means economic activity is increasing. When economic activity is increasing, all activities related to tax compliance, all activities related to accounting, all activities related to consultancy, all these activities will also see a lot of demand. One more important facet, which I think will happen, is more formalization of Indian economy. So as Indian economy becomes more and more formalized, more requirement will come for compliance, more requirement will come for demand in services which are professional in nature. So I think these 3-4 forces, they go on to show that there would be a lot of demand for professional services in next 25 years. So this is, I am talking about the domestic demand. Now, how will we fare in comparison with other countries? So this is just a comparison with some of the major economies. So you can see that we will almost become, our share in global GDP will become almost 25%. We will become almost 25% of global GDP. We will be almost at par with countries like US, countries like China. So India would become a force to reckon with as far as its share in global economy is concerned. So that was on the side of demand, which I was mentioning. Now, in terms of supply, if you see, so this graph is actually very, very illustrative of the demographic dividend which we keep talking about. So you can see what percentage of population is actually working age population in India vis-a-vis other countries. So if you see the dotted line on the top, so that is for a developed country. So in developed countries, more than 65 years age population, almost 35% of the people are more than 65 years, who are dependent on those who are in the working age. And if you see the number for developing and emerging economies, that number is actually less than 10%. So that is a big demographic dividend. So we have very, very high percentage of working age population, and this demographic dividend will be there for next 25 to 30 years. Then our graph will also start increasing towards more population in the plus 65 age group. So we have to use this particular time period, when we are going to grow, this time period when our services sector is going to expand, and this time period when lot of students will graduate out, when lot of young population is there. So this is a very, I would say in economics, we call it a sweet spot. So this is a sweet spot for Indian economy. This is a sweet spot for Indian society. And you can see here, which countries would have deficit population and which countries would have surplus population in working age. So if you see this, I mean, countries like US, China, Japan, Russia on the left-hand side, all these countries would have deficit in working population. And you can see on the extreme right, we would have 47 million people surplus on the working age side. So we have lot of supply available, lot of demand which is going to come for services. So then how do we kind of use this opportunity is the question. So that is the challenge which is there before us. Now, this was a broad overview. Now, if you look at accountancy and auditing services, in accountancy and auditing services also, the size of global market has already reached almost 587 billion. Almost $500 billion is the size of the market, global market. And it is expected that by 26, it will reach 1,000 billion, almost $1 trillion it will touch. Some of the countries which are major consumers, presently developed countries are the major consumers, North America, Europe, these are the current major consumers of accountancy and auditing services. But in future, growth will come from countries like South America, Africa, because these are the countries where growth prospects are very, very high for future. So we need to be cognizant of countries where services will grow more and countries who are currently having bulk of the share. And you can see, in fact, all these countries come out with the future requirement of professionals also. So you can actually refer to US Bureau of Statistics. They come out with their statistics projections. So they are projecting that they would require between 2021 and 2031, on an average every year, more than 136,000 people in accountancy profession only. So this is a demand which is there from US alone. Similarly, there is a demand from Canada. So, I can give a lot of countries' name, but for illustrative purposes, what I am trying to say in this is, in accountancy and auditing sector, whatever I was mentioning about the overall growth of services sector, the demand, that same is actually valid for accountancy and auditing sector. And a lot of opportunities will come up. Many countries will require a lot of professionals. So what can we do? Now, our current gross enrollment ratio is around 27%. So gross enrollment ratio basically is the students who are there in higher education. So I'm talking about the higher education here. So students who are there in the higher education, out of the students who could be there. So the potential number of students and how many are actually there. So 27% are at present there in the system. The target of our education policy, the NEP, is that we should reach 50% by 2035. Now, currently we have around 4 crore people, 4 crore students. Undergrad, postgrad, different courses if you take, we have around 4 crore students who are there. So this number will double. And when this number doubles, you can imagine every year so many students we will have who will come out of these educational institutions. Now, very, very important is that these students study what is relevant, what is updated, what is required in the world, and they are technologically, they are savvy also. So that is a very, very important requirement. And we would have economies of scale because, as I was saying, our domestic market will be very big. Similarly, we have a big global market to serve. So it is a very typical case that those who are established in India, they can serve domestic market, they can serve global market. It is not like a case of a country in which domestic market is very small and they are dependent only on the global market. So we would have that advantage as well. And India's digital sector is growing very fast. The India's tax story, you would have heard, the unified payment system, the Aadhaar, digital locker. So there are so many public infrastructure, digital public infrastructure, which has been developed, which can really provide boost to digital delivery of services. More and more now, services are being delivered remotely, being delivered digitally. So can we leverage that opportunity? Can we use the digital infrastructure which is there? Payment gateways which have been established, identity system which is already there. So utilizing these basic foundations of digital infrastructure, develop services in a manner which can be delivered both domestically as well as internationally. So I think that is these are the big opportunities which are there in front of us, and a lot of innovations can happen. We are now the unicorn capital of the world. Every year we are adding number of unicorns. We crossed 100 some time back. And why not in accountancy sector? Why can't we produce a unicorn in accountancy sector? So I think that is the opportunity. And I'll now come to some of the initiatives which we are already taking. So I'll spend some time here. Some things which we are already doing to encourage commerce and accountancy sector. The first one is the trade agreements. So that is under the domain of Department of Commerce. So what are we trying to do? So when I was telling about global demand, global requirement of services. So what we are trying to do in our trade agreement is to get market access for our chartered accountants, to get market access in accountancy services, in bookkeeping services, in financial services. So what will be the benefit of that? If we get market access, if we get national treatment obligations, then tomorrow, if we want to supply services in these countries, we will not face any barrier. We will not face any discrimination, because countries can come up with new barriers. So tomorrow, I was showing USA has requirement of more than 1 lakh professionals every year, or Europe has a very big market. But tomorrow, let us say Europe comes out with a new regulation that no, we will only allow our professionals to give service. We will not allow Indian professionals to give service. Or we will allow only these countries, 5 countries we will allow, we will not allow other countries to provide their services. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to bind the regime in these countries. We are trying to take obligations that in future also, they cannot make any change which is detrimental to the interests of our services, our service suppliers, our professionals. So very recently we had a agreement with Australia, the trade agreement which we recently launched. So Australia has given us market access and national treatment. It has committed. It has also said they will not put any discriminatory condition, not today, but in future also. So that is a treaty commitment. Now you may say that this is fine, but tomorrow they may say that you need a license to practice. How will that happen? Because professions require license to practice. Some services will not require license to practice. Consultancy services may not require any license to practice. Your tax filing may or may not require license to practice. But some services, auditing services will require a license. So I can't give license, I can't give auditing service. They have prescribed license requirement. So there also, what we are doing is we are trying to achieve recognition of qualifications. That our chartered accountants should be recognized by you, and we will recognize your chartered accountant. So it is like a reciprocal agreement. So mutual recognition agreement is what they say. So if we do that, then for all times to come, we will be ensured of non-discriminatory treatment. We would be able to supply our services in these markets. So that is a very, very important thing which we are trying to work on. We have already done that exercise with UAE and Australia, and we are now working on trade agreement with UK, with Europe, with Canada. So our intention is that for our professionals, for our service suppliers, we get the best terms of treatment. The second thing which is related is recognition of educational qualifications. So you are a BCom, or you are a BA, or you are some other degree. So sometimes those countries will not recognize our graduation degree. They may say that, no, we won't recognize you as equivalent to a graduate in our country. So that again, we are entering into mutual recognition agreements so that our graduation, our post-graduation is considered equivalent to their graduation and their post-graduation. We have already done that for United Kingdom. So now for UK, all our degrees are recognized by them and we recognize their degrees. So what is the benefit? So tomorrow we can do graduation here, post-graduation there. We can add on to our qualifications. So all these will help in getting licenses, ability to supply service. So we are working on that. With Australia also, we are negotiating it. And the third thing, which is very, very essential, is that the professional bodies need to get together to harmonize their standards, their professional requirements. Because when I said, I recognize your professional and you recognize my professional. So how will that happen? That will happen only if my requirements and your requirements are harmonized. If my requirement is something else and your requirement is something else, it may not happen. So it is very, very important for us to harmonize our standards, our requirements, our curriculum with global benchmarks. I think it is no more a voluntary thing. It is something which is essential. If we are looking at serving the global markets, if we want to become a global professional, if we want to become a global leader, we should set the benchmarks. We should reach international standards. And that is the level of quality which we should work on. We are also, apart from the trade agreements, we are also in partnership with the ICAI. We are also working on some of the MRAs, some of the MOUs with other counterpart professional bodies. The objective is this, that when you interact, you exchange a lot of good practices, you can do joint research, you can also learn from each other's experience, and you can also support development of the profession in some of the countries in which it is not so well developed. Many of the less developed countries, many of the developing countries, the profession is not as developed as it is in our country or developed countries. So if we are able to assist them, if we are able to support them, then that can also become a very, very important part of our growth strategy. The last thing which we are focusing on is also development of standards through Bureau of Indian Standards. One is the professional standards which are set by ICAI. But apart from that, there are so many different services in which standards are not there. So we need to come out with standards and benchmark to international level. So I think this is very, very essential. Anything which we do, so we should not say that I will be able to supply my service. I am competitive because I can supply at less cost. Our brand should be quality. We should say we are competitive. We have the topmost quality in the world. So I think that is the motto which we should have. And some suggestions, this is the last one, some suggestions which I would like to leave you with are: one, I mentioned about the global standards. The second is, how can we bring more and more technology? See, future is of technology. If we don't embrace it, a lot of remote working is happening. Can I do audit remotely? How can I do it more effectively? How can I use technology more and more in my work? When I am doing audit or I am doing consultancy, now artificial intelligence is prevailing like anything. The new tools which are coming, they can really do a lot of routine work very easily. So how can we use technology more and more in our work? The third thing which is very important is, when we are looking at global market, we should be open to learning new languages. If you have to work in Japan, if you have to work in Korea, if you have to work in Germany, if you have to work in France, presently our focus is more on English speaking countries, because English comes naturally to us because we are studying in English medium schools and English is still quite widespread. But I think we should be ready to learn new foreign languages, learn some of the domestic laws of the countries in which we intend to give our service. So maybe some specific countries can be picked up. We did a agreement with UAE. So why not pick up UAE? UAE is a very good example, and see if we can have some certification courses for what are the local laws in UAE, which can help us in giving our services. Fourth, brand Indian CA. I think this is very, very important. So our branding has to be very, very carefully nurtured. Focus on quality, focus on delivering top quality services, encourage joint research, collaboration. We should have as many interactions as possible, because when we meet other professional bodies, we learn from each other. We can adopt good practices. We can share our experiences. So I think it is very important for our body to be open and keep interacting with the global institutions. I understand there is a digital learning hub which ICAI has established. I think that needs to be strengthened so that more and more distance learning, more and more programs can be delivered through it. The support to LDC's country and developing countries is very essential. That will really help us in kind of these countries setting up this profession and also competence in their countries, and the quality standards in other areas. So I think that is another important focus area. So with this, I am very sure if we are able to do it in a consistent manner, I mean, it needs pursuit over a period of time with a very, very focused action plan, with systematic efforts. If all of us come together, government, the professional body, educational institutions, because educational institutions need to update their curriculum, need to prepare students, need to orient students to the global markets, need to orient students to the technology. If all of us come together, like we are saying, whole of government approach, I think it is whole of society approach. So if all the stakeholders in the society come together, I am very sure our target, our dream of a developed country, of a 40 trillion economy, of everyone with at least $12,000 per capita is not far away. We'll be able to achieve it, and we will be able to do it in our lifetimes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sri Darpan Jain. So we have a Google form that has been shared with all the delegates and they're sending us real-time questions. So if you all allow, then we'll take a few questions. I'll club a few. This question says, you've just mentioned how we can leverage opportunities. So what new subjects should be introduced which can assure ready jobs for the college students?
So maybe it will require a little more deliberation. I'm not an expert on accountancy and auditing curriculum, but definitely I think we need to, as I was mentioning, on languages, we need to have some focus. Then some international law related issues, because when we are looking at global markets, we should have orientation towards what are the global laws, what are the international laws, international treaties. I think focus on international laws is important. The third is technology. I think students should be very, very comfortable in handling technology, in working with technology, in using technology in their work. So whether it is using the tools to do your work or whether it is disseminating your work. So I think use of technology is the third thing which I would like to mention.
Okay, the next question pertains to the service sector thing you mentioned, sir. $254 billion is what India clocked as far as services is concerned, 4% of global trade. So the question is that a service sector driven economy does not improve purchase power of the masses. Do you agree? While manufacturing sector driven economy does.
No, I don't agree. I don't know. Because see, services sector is also supporting large scale employment. So services sector is again very vast. You have tourism sector, which has the highest multiplier. The large number of informal establishments, large number of workers are engaged in it. Then you have health, then you have education. So all these are services sectors in which large scale employment is there, and any income generation in this particular area definitely results in more purchasing power in the hands of people who are delivering services. So I'm sure. And now, I mean, you can see the result is there in most of the developed economies. Manufacturing is almost negligible. In fact, most of the developed economies now service sector is almost 80 to 90% of the share of the economy. So I think the way forward is services. I'm not saying at the cost of manufacturing. Manufacturing also needs focus, but services definitely can provide a lot of purchasing power.
Okay, the next is a related question. What's the role of the commerce and accountancy education in manufacturing sector?
Actually, commerce and accountancy is like a embedded service in manufacturing. So anybody who is doing manufacturing has to, I mean, is a firm, is a company, is a partnership. They have to, I mean, keep their books. They have to file their returns. They have to, if they have to learn about market, they would need some consultancy. They would need some inputs. So I think manufacturing sector is a big consumer of financial services, of accountancy services, of professional services. So as manufacturing sector also grows, the demand for these services will also grow further.
Since the title of the session was Indian accountants rising to global demand, delegates are agreeing that the demand is rising. The delegate is asking the question, how can our education system ensure that the best brains gets opportunities within India rather than going abroad, as there will be more demand for workforce outside India in the years to come?
So I would suggest we should not see it as either or. That instead of going abroad, how can we only provide services in India? As I was showing, the whole intention was there will be a lot of demand in India because India will grow fast. But at the same time, there will be a lot of global demand also. We should use it to our advantage. We are in a very unique position that we have domestic demand as well as global demand. So this is an economy of scale. So tomorrow, Dheeraj ji can keep some 4,000 chartered accountants, 5,000 professional, he can become like Big Four. And he can deliver services in India, outside India. So many places services can be delivered. So I think one should not be kind of restricted or constrained by delivering within or outside. We should look the entire thing as one market, and we should try and reach out and try to provide services in both them.
Okay. The next is a CA specific questions. In how many countries is CA degree mutually recognized by other nations?
So actually, I was having it in my slide. I removed it. I thought it will become too specific. So we have now actually MRAs and MOUs with around 20 countries. So these MRAs, MOUs are of different, categories. So in some, our degrees are recognized. So there are some 7-8 countries in which the degrees are, the qualification is recognized. In some, there is a interaction, there is sharing of knowledge, information, and efforts would be made to recognize in future. So, I have been saying that we should be able to, do it with everyone. But of course, many countries are reluctant because they are scared of India, because they feel that India has the capacity, the talent, they can supply their services. And of course, one more important thing which they keep saying, but may not be true, is on the quality part. So we need to harmonize our, I would say, standards. We need to harmonize our qualifications with the best in the world. So if we are able to do that, in fact, we keep telling you put a global standard and we will meet it. In fact, let us make a global standard. Let us not leave it to somebody to decide.
Okay, questions keep pouring in. Please allow 2 questions. Penultimate question. Sir, universities like Oxford offers MSc in law and finance. Interdisciplinary education is the need of the hour. Do you see such possibilities for India?
No, I 100% agree. Multidisciplinary services is the way forward. The requirement of services does not come that there is a chartered accountant, so I can ask for a service for chartered account. Now services are required. Let me tell you my example. So I'm working on something like e-commerce. So when I'm working on e-commerce, I need technical inputs. I need legal inputs. I need inputs from the view of a chartered accountant. So in future, demand would be multidisciplinary in nature. So there is a need for us to look at multidisciplinary organizations, to look at how we can structure our professions also on the same line.
Okay, the last question, and apologies, we are not taking all the questions, but we'll send it to you, sir. This one is about the demographic dividend and the sweet spot that you mentioned. So the delegate is asking, in quantitative terms, with the increase in population, we can say that the demographic dividend is increasing as the proportion between 18 plus and 65 years is increasing. But with that, dependency rate is also increasing. So do you really think India's demographic dividend is really improving?
No, that is why I showed that graph in which I showed that we will have 47 million surplus labor. So even though the number of people who are plus 65 will increase in India, but the percentage will remain still quite manageable, still quite favorable vis-a-vis developed countries. So we would still have a lot of young population, and this will be there for next 30 years. And we would have a lot of young people coming into the job market. So this demographic dividend is for real. Believe me, I'm not saying something for the sake of saying. It is there in so many research reports. So that is for real. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for all the questions and thank you for the answers. A round of applause for Shri Darpan Jain. Thank you very much. I now request CA Hansraj Chugh, sir, respected Central Council member ICI, to please share concluding remarks and propose vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. Friends, whenever you hear a person who is deeply involved into the subject, you find it touches the heart and it goes to the mind in the deep manner. And today, the subject we talk about the global and the way India has evolved itself since 1992. All the services like our economy used to be the agro economy, then moved to the economy which we talk about the industrial economy, then now established itself as a developing towards the service economy, service sector economy. And the profession we look forward, whether it is accounting and the financial services, the standardization, matching, having the equal qualification, whatsoever is been required there, and what we have to build in. We all have to stand together as a universities or as an education institution. Then only we can pave the way for the $5 trillion economy and our contribution as a accounting and the financial sector into that $5 trillion economy. Rightly said by our speaker, sir, whether it is the language, we at the ICI under the control and the chairmanship of our Dheeraj ji, the development of international trade services and WTO, a committee which has been head by Dheeraj ji, which carries so many subjects, so many language courses like Germany, France, Japanese also, and the business English language also. That step has been taken long back. So that need has already been felt by the ICI, and ICI is quite proactive, though some suggestion has come from our speaker, sir, who is the subject experts into it, who has really looked at the global level. Some suggestion which have been shared with that will be also looked at. And standardization is the only way. Quality and all the four modes, whether sitting here in our country, we find the opportunity, or we travel abroad and settle there and serve there. That is the another methods. Or the people from the like NRI coming from the overseas, and we as a service provider can serve sitting here, or we can open up our shop and the commercial offices overseas. Everything is open for the market. And we have to pay the strength for the starting from the our graduation students, from the undergraduate students, so that we can place them up. It is not limiting to our country. Globe is with us. Globe is open, and we have a democratic dividends. We have a demographic dividends. We have so many good things in our system, so that we ultimately can pave the way for India as a developed nation. And fortunately, the person who is directly involved in the negotiation with the different countries as a free trade agreements or the development of the economy, Darpan Jain ji, we are very thankful to you for your kind presence here. And your presence here has really given the strength to our ICI also, and the different committees of the ICI, and the more particularly today's program, so many universities representative and so many representative from the different institutions. This is really a great moment for each one of us. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CA Hansraj Chugh, sir, for sharing the concluding remarks and vote of thanks. I now request the respected Central Council members to present a token of gratitude to the speaker, Shri Darpan Jain. Thank you very much to the distinguished speaker, Darpan ji, for your enlightening thoughts on the Indian accountants rising to global demand. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we conclude the second technical session. And we move on to the third technical session. Once again, a reminder that in every technical session, as questions come to your mind, make sure that you send that across to us through that Google form. I hope that you've been able to scan the QR code and have downloaded the Google form onto your mobile. But if you want to do it again, we're more than happy to circulate the handy, which has the QR code that will enable you to download the Google form on your mobile. So keep those questions coming. Thank you very much. So the third technical session is on the topic digital ecosystem in education world. Progress so far and the future vision. Please put your hands together to welcome on stage the distinguished speakers of this session. We've got two speakers in this session. Please welcome Shri Naveen Mittal, IAS 1996 batch Telangana cadre. Please come, sir. And CA Atul Gupta, past president, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I'd like to invite on stage CA Kotha Srinivas and CA Gyan Chandra Mishra ji, respective Central Council members. Kindly join us on the stage. So Naveen ji, Atul ji, just to recap for you, we started this morning. We had first technical session on how the youth can be skilled for the $5 trillion economy aspiration that the country has. Then we had the inaugural session. And right before this session, we had the second technical session on the topic, how the demand of Indian accountants is rising globally. So now we are very keen to hear about the digital ecosystem in the education world. And we've got the two speakers with us. I request the Central Council members, first and foremost, CA Kotha Srinivas and CA Gyan Chandra Mishra ji, to welcome both the speakers by presenting them a book. No matter how much media comes, yet the intimacy that you have while reading a physical copy of a book cannot be matched. Thank you very much. I now request CA Kotha Srinivas, Central Council member, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, to please share his opening remarks.
PPT. You change this, no?
What I'm saying, you change it because some people cannot read it. So people should go there and content should come here.
Good afternoon, all the gurus who are present here. Pranams to all of you. As we know in the Indian context, we say house is the first school and mother is the first guru. And we treat gurus or compare gurus to God itself. So I am addressing to all the gods today. We say Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara. Pranams to each and every one of you, and welcome to this NES-CA that has been organized by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Let me welcome today's speaker, Sri Naveen Mittal, IAS officer and Commissioner Collegiate Education and Technical Education from the Government of Telangana. So welcome you on behalf of each and everyone present over here. And also we have with us CA Atul Gupta, sir, the past president of ICAI from Delhi. Sir, welcome to you, sir. So today's session is about digital ecosystem in education world, progress and future vision. I've been asked to give some opening remarks. I just made a small PPT presentation. Let me take you through that. So if you see the evolution of education, earlier we had a Gurukul system of education. Of course, we have seen all in the ethics, whether it is in Ramayana or Mahabharata, where Gurukul type of education was done. We know that Ekalavya used to learn a distant learning, even though it is not digital learning. Ekalavya learned his lessons as a distant learning student. Then we moved on to this classroom. Then we also from blackboard to digital systems, we moved on. Then we started with slates and chalk piece. Then it went to the digital learning methodologies, then physical books to e-books. Then this is some of the classrooms that is happening. Like any classroom, when we say there should be interaction with the teacher and the student. We cannot visualize a classroom where student and teacher is not there at the same place. So this is what the classrooms we visualize. Because I am from Bangalore, everything is there Bangalore, but all the photos may not be from Bangalore. So there will be a classrooms where the teacher will be teaching the students as such. But now because of digitalization, in fact, as a previous speaker was saying, ICA has also come out with digital learning hub. You see an example, a student is sitting in Assam, but he or she is taking classes from various parts of the country. One class from Bangalore, another class from Mumbai, another class from Delhi. So on and so forth. A person sitting somewhere in one part of a country or one part of a globe, they can take classes everywhere. Then we should thank for one reason the Corona, because Corona helped us in a lot of innovations, especially the digital innovations, where all these things could have been possible. So what is the future? So we are talking about physical classes. We moved on to digital classes. Now there is something called metaverse, where a student can sit with some of the instruments. They can see, visualize everything and learn the things. So this is some of the future what we are talking about. Then what are the government initiatives? Of course, the Indian government, this government also has taken a lot of initiatives. You would have heard about Digital India. In that regard, we have a lot of initiatives that has been taken by the government of India. Even in union budget, they have allocated certain funds so that the digital learning can be spread across India as such. Then we have a digital university in India. E-Vidya scheme is where they have prepared classroom facilities from first standard to 12th standard. Then acceleration to digital learning. So UNESCO has said apart from India, apart from some 8 countries, India is also part of that, where this digital learning has been taken as an initiative. And I hope this initiative will take us to the next level. But whatever said and done, some of the things cannot be learned digitally. Physically is also required. We cannot teach a farmer to do farming through digital hubs, or you cannot teach a soldier to do to face an enemy through digitally. So there are certain things which you cannot do digitally, but there are a lot of things which can also be done digitally. And universities have come forward. You can also implement these type of things. And we have 2 learned speakers who will take us through some of the initiatives on what will be the future of learning. With these few opening remarks, I welcome each and every one of you for this particular session and thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CA Kotha Srinivas, Central Council Member ICI, for sharing your opening thoughts. I now request Shri Naveen Mittal, Commissioner, Collegiate Education and Technical Education, Government of Telangana, to kindly share your address. Thank you.
My co-panelists, past President CA Atul Gupta ji, Kotha Srinivas ji, Mishra ji, all the council members of ICI, the distinguished invitees and participants. A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I must thank the Board of Studies Academic of the ICI, both the President and the Vice President, for inviting me to have this session with all of you. In fact, in the state of Telangana, we have been working very closely with the ICI and the government, both at the degree level as well as at the intermediate education level, which is 11th and 12th class, to find ways of how do we integrate both commerce and accountancy education and also the chartered accountant as a profession. And I must say that some remarkable work has been done in the state of Telangana to integrate the two in terms of not just looking at the curriculum, but also in terms of ensuring internship opportunities for students at the degree college level to actually work with a chartered accountant. So we've opened up windows both for a 3-year BCom course to have a 6 months internship with a chartered accountant, and also under the new NEP, the 4-year program, we have also opened up a full year with a practicing chartered accountant to get 4-year bachelor degree by research. If my presentation is ready. Or... Oh, yeah. So I'm going to talk about the topic which Srinivasji was briefly explaining about, the digital ecosystem in the education world. Now, you may ask the question why I am talking about this. It is for two reasons. One, being in government, technology has been a personal passion for me. In fact, I graduated in computer science and engineering from IIT Delhi here, nearly about 2.5 decades back. So right from the time I entered into service, it has been a personal experience in how do we integrate technology into governance. So that is one. Two is in the education field, especially the higher education field, which I've been handling. We have also taken a number of initiatives in Telangana in integrating technology in not just educational governance, but also education per se. So with that experience, I'll be kind of taking you through a few minutes journey into where we are and where we are heading. So for some of you who may not be familiar with the terminology, today we are talking about education 4.0, something very similar to industry 4.0. Just a brief background, how do we reach this 4.0? Srinivasji actually showed us examples of few classrooms. So education 1.0 was right from the ancient to the Middle Ages, when we had this Guru Shishya Parampara, Gurukuls, where a single teacher is teaching a group of students in a very, very controlled environment. And we moved into education 2.0 when printing started happening in a big way, when books came in, and you could actually print books and distribute to hundreds and thousands of students. So somewhere from the 16th, 17th century, we kind of moved into education 2.0. And this was also the advent of modern universities and modern colleges. We entered into a new era where education sort of got very, very democratized. Education 3.0 was, the beginning of it was somewhere during the middle of the last century, where we started integrating ICT into education. So with the computers coming in, we started integrating computers into education, and also with the LCD projectors coming in, we moved into that era. But now we say that we are in education 4.0. And the big difference between 3.0 and 4.0 is that we are moving into an era of personalized learning, anytime, anywhere, personalized learning. And that is the key, that you don't need to kind of give one size fit all to all the students in the class, but you can actually address every student individually. And that is the power of technology, which we are now trying to leverage. So we're moving into interests of individual students per se, what he or she is interested in, both as a matter of interest, as well as what they really want to do in their own career. So you can actually very much personalize the education. Anytime learning, you can learn any time of the day, any time of the year, and not just restricted to the classroom timings. Anywhere learning, you can actually access from anywhere, any number of times. You can repeat the same course any number of times you want, at the speed of one's choosing. In the sense, right now, one of the basic problems with our classrooms is that the teacher generally goes with the pace of an average student. So both the fast learner as well as the slow learner, they are frustrated. Fast learner because he's not very much interested in the slow pace of learning which is happening, and a slow learner because he's not able to keep pace with the teaching which is going on. And technology is now providing this opportunity that if you really want to watch a video, let's say at half X speed, you can do that. Or if you want to watch at 2X speed, you can actually do that. So very much speed of one's own choosing. And we are also now, with the new NEP coming in, we are moving into an era that you can actually build your own degree. You don't need to go through a rigid program which our universities in the past have been providing. And you can actually have a very, very kind of almost like a restaurant menu driven approach, that you can pick courses from wherever you want and then kind of build your own degree as per your own interest and as per the career ambitions you have. And in this regard, I think one of the greatest innovations in NEP is the Academic Bank of Credit. I mean, I can tell you that this is one of the most path-breaking initiatives which NEP has put forward. And I can tell you that not many countries in the world have a concept like this. And this is putting India right at the front end of technology in education. I mean, very similar to our COVID platform. We've all been through the COVID pandemic for last 3 years now. And you would be hearing anecdotes of people waiting in queues on various airports around the world, where Indians get a faster process because they are able to simply show their QR code on the mobile phone, whereas some of the citizens of the most advanced countries like European countries or even US, they actually fumble for paper to show it to the person that they're actually vaccinated. And a very, 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 very similar cutting edge approach is this Academic Bank of Credit. And this means that I can earn my credits from anywhere, and I can deposit those credits into my academic bank account, and then encash those credits at the time of my choosing, whether for a certificate or for a diploma or for a degree. And the present condition is that 50% of the credit should be from the certificate, diploma, or degree granting institution, and 50% can be from anywhere. So this is real powerful thing which is happening. And with the proposed national digital university coming in, this would again be very, very path-breaking. In fact, I can tell you, just day for yesterday, we were actually looking at a new university, almost one of the, I can say, one of the leading universities in the country who's setting up a campus in Hyderabad. And we were looking at the proposed campus. And when we were talking to the senior representatives of that university, they were saying that NDU will bring in a revolution in the university sector, and universities will really have to look at ways of how do you address only 50% of the credits happening in the physical campus, because students will have the opportunity to get 50% of their credits from the National Digital University. And this is going to be a huge change in the education sector, and we all have to really gear up for that. We are also moving into an era of continual learning. And I think gone are the days when education or learning was a 3-year or a 4-year degree process, that you earn your degree during your early adolescent years. and then you don't need to bother about the rest of the life. But now we are moving into a phase where learning is a continual process. It's a lifelong process. At no point of one's life or career one can do without learning. And I'm making a really strong statement. At no point of one's career or life one can stop learning. And we have already, I would say, moved into that kind of era. And NEP has kind of institutionalized this also through the multiple entry, multiple exit. This regulation is already come in. Of course, there are some riders that still the time of degree completion is twice the normal time, but you can actually now exit either at the end of the first year or second year or third year, do whatever you want, and then come back to the campus again to finish the rest of the years. And I can confidently tell you with my personal experience, this is going to be increasingly liberalized, that one can actually complete their degree, where they've left out, probably in their entire lifetime. And this is again another path-breaking change which India is now moving into. And there are multiple ways. I'm taking you through some of the acronyms. MOOCs, most of you have already heard of, massive open online courses. Coursera or edX or even our native homegrown SWAYAM platform is an example of MOOCs, where through that platform you can reach thousands and hundreds of thousands of students. Single course can actually reach out to anywhere in the world. And there are examples of some courses on Coursera and edX where the enrollment of those courses is probably a few 100,000. And that's an example of MOOCs. But when we are moving into the era of MOOCs, we are also now talking about more and more personalized programs. So you will hear the terminology SPOCs, which is small private online courses. That is, these courses are very, very niche courses. For example, ICI, if you really want a very, very niche segment, let's say for chartered accountants with 20 years of experience, and it's a very, very specialized area, you can't go in for MOOCs, but you can actually go in for SPOCs. That is a small program, which is very, very niche program, which is addressed to a small number of audience. And it is really, really specialized. We also increasingly are hearing about COOCs, that is corporate online, open online courses. These are courses which corporates are increasingly coming out with. Let's say look at Microsoft or Google. If they have to reach out to their internal audience across the globe, you actually then reach out through your internal courses, which are corporate wide. I mean, again, similar to something which ICI can come out with only, let's say, only its members. We are also hearing, this is again a new terminology which has come into existence. Let's say, probably I started hearing probably from the last year onwards, which is NOOCs, nano open online courses. These are very, very, very short courses, let's say of 10-hour to 20-hour duration, which is extremely, extremely specialized. The reason why I'm taking you through some of these terminologies is that this will give you an indication of the depth and the breadth of technology intrusion now into online education. And learning management systems are becoming ubiquitous, both in campuses as well as in corporates across the world. And very, very soon, you would find that there will be hardly an educational institution which doesn't have its own learning management system. I'll also take you through some of the advancements which are revolutionizing technology. Mr. Srinivas actually showed a few pictures of those advanced technologies. So one of them is the virtual reality, which is you create a complete virtual lab which students can actually go through. And we're already having such labs, those who are from the universities. There are now virtual labs which are existing in the engineering sector, as well as also some of the science sectors also, where you don't need a physical lab. You can actually do your lab work completely through a virtual lab. And we also have augmented reality. The difference between virtual reality and augmented reality is virtual reality is in isolation, and augmented reality is when you superimpose your virtual reality against a real background. So some of you may have seen the augmented reality on Google, where you can actually get some animals in your living room or your bedroom or in your home, and it is actually staring at you. But they're very, very powerful. I'll show you a couple of examples of how augmented reality is revolutionizing the education. And then smart classrooms, where you integrate multiple media. So text is no more the only way of reaching out. You're having audio, you're having video, you're having AR, VR, and a whole gamut of it. And it is now left to the imagination of the teacher as well as the educational campuses as to how do you mix the few. I'll take you through a very interesting site, which is by Google, just to give you an example of how a simple concept can be explained. So this is so this is Google Arts and Culture expeditions. So there are a whole lot of things. There are there's natural life, there is geography. Let's say there are a few topics. I'll probably take you through this. Photosynthesis, maybe. You will find that there is a rich mix of how things are explained to students through a mix of pictures, diagrams, videos, and there are a whole lot of it. I mean, just to demo to you, I'm just showing you one example of it. Look at this platform compared to what we have been through maybe during our school days, where we had a black and white book with very, very poor quality pictures, and it was hardly any hardly meaningful in any way. And you can actually now look at things from very, very, very rich perspective. And there's no end to it. It's endless. So I was talking about augmented reality. I'll just show you something which Microsoft is doing. Vinita Jory is going to take the next session. So this is use of augmented reality in medical education. Just show you. Now it should- let me do it from here.
The HoloLens is absolutely the most amazing piece of technology. Within 5 seconds, I realized that the world had changed. It was an immediate realization that this is something exciting and we have to be a part of this. Seeing things in 3D is something
here?
that you could do before with some classes. The thing that the HoloLens gives you is the ability to walk around.
This is augmented
those 3D
reality, I mean.
objects and
In
to
front of
really
us,
experience them
you
as
can
if they're
actually
in the
see
room with
things.
you.
It is augmented reality. It is mixed reality. And what that means is I still see you, I still see this room and everything around me, but the digital content is inserted into the room as if it's actually there. As a teacher, I can see what they're all looking at. And that's something that we think has real power.
It's actually opening up our interactions with each other.
The biggest drive is getting the anatomy curriculum completely done by the time we move into the new health education campus.
Today, we at the Cleveland Clinic are constructing a state-of-the-future health education campus. Our students will learn using the most forward-looking educational programs. HoloLens is a key part of this. The actual act of dissection hasn't changed in generations. We have to be much, much more effective and efficient.
The biggest thing about medical school is there's just so much information and so much knowledge they're being asked to learn.
HoloLens is going to enable us to teach in an integrated way and to look at the body in ways they haven't been able to see it. It's sort of having X-ray vision, seeing through the skin.
My mind was just kind of blown when I tried it on. It was perfect. It's really hard to understand what the anatomy book's trying to tell you. So with the HoloLens, we can literally show you what's happening with the body.
We can look at how the heart moves, or look at how the brain processes information, how information flows around in our brain.
They can see when the heart valves are closing and hear the sound.
How the diaphragm moves, when the lungs move. Click of the fingers is going to allow students to see how everything's interconnected in the body. We have means to draw people's attention to things to get them where they need to look. Do you want to look and then pull the bones out?
What they really crave is learning anatomy in the context of what they need to know clinically. What are they going to need to know for their clerkships and their future careers?
So with HoloLens, you can have essentially any disease that you want to see.
So when I see an image like this in the hospital, I know exactly what's going on. This is how to treat and diagnose them. The HoloLens provides like a new way of teaching anatomy. It can really speed up the process of learning this material. I think HoloLens is the next big transformative change in medical education.
So this is an example of how powerful technology is becoming to give a very, very realistic picture of things which we had no access to. I mean, we were dependent on either photos or let's say physical models of things, but now you can actually go deep into whatever you want. Let me come back. And another very interesting area into which we are getting into is something called adaptive learning. So I was talking about personalized learning. We are also having adaptive learning. Some of you who've got school-going children, let's say, who would have seen some of the programs like Byju's or Topper.com, or you would find that the content is displayed according to the progress of the student. If a student is a slow learner, it will take you a little more deeper into concepts to help you understand. But if you are expert in a particular topic, it will take you to the next higher topic more quickly. I mean, some of the international exams, like let's say GRE or GMAT also, if you would have seen, the questions which are asked on those exam platforms are also adaptive. That almost by the middle of the exam, the computer would have had actually benchmarked you at a particular level. And after that, it is only trying to ensure that you are at that particular level. So it will not take you much higher or much lower. It will kind of sort of a like a dampening wave, where initial the amplitude is much higher. It is slowly moving into a line which is very close to the aptitude which a person is having. And this is again something which is very, very powerful, which is happening. That is, the platform actually assesses your learning level. It adjusts the speed of the content according to your learning level. And then also the sequencing of the concept, whether it has to take you to a higher concept or deeper into the same concept, according to your needs. And the focus is actually on quality of learning and not quantity of learning. It is not the amount of learning which is there, but it is actually the quality of learning. And some of these, most of these platforms use very, very powerful AI and ML tools at the back end, where the machine is actually predicting your progress and your final path. And then it is constantly rectifying it based on how you are performing. How many of you heard about ChatGPT? How many of you have actually used ChatGPT? Okay. So those who have not heard about ChatGPT, ChatGPT is the AI engine which has taken the whole world by storm in last 1 month. I mean, it came somewhere around the end of November, and it has amazed the entire world, I would say. Almost every leading newspaper in the world is having article on the impact of ChatGPT on our future. And I'll just demonstrate you this particular platform. And people are saying that this is a huge revolution, and we are in just 2023. Imagine where we would be a few years down the line. I'll just open it. So this is okay. So this is the ChatGPT. The site is chat.openai.com. So you actually have to register an account on it, and you can actually get onto it. So it is something like something like Google, where Google gives you the information which is picked up from the net, but this is immensely, immensely more powerful. It actually combines that information and gives you an answer on the spot. Any one of you can ask any question at this stage, just for the demo purpose. Sorry? Absenteeism is so high. Okay. So, I will not ask a Delhi University because I want to demonstrate to you the power of it. So I'm just asking it why absenteeism is so high in many universities. So it says there are many reasons why absenteeism may be high in universities. Some possible reasons include lack of motivation or interest in the subject. Students may not be motivated to attend classes if they do not find the material interesting or relevant to their goals. Personal or family responsibilities. Students may have personal or family responsibilities that make it difficult for them to attend classes regularly. Health issues. Students may have health problems that prevent them from attending classes regularly. Financial difficulties. Students may have financial problems that make it difficult for them to afford to attend university, which can lead to absenteeism. Poor time management skills. Students may have difficulty managing their time effectively, which can lead to poor attendance. Difficulty with the course material. Students may find the course material to be too difficult, which can lead to absenteeism. Mental health issues. Students may have mental health issues that make it difficult for them to attend classes. Overall, absenteeism in universities can be caused by a variety of factors, and it is important for universities to address these issues in order to improve attendance. So I'll just take a cue from here. I'll ask you to write a poem on addressing absenteeism in universities. Write a poem It's writing a poem. Absenteeism in universities, a growing trend, a rising concern. Why do so many students skip class? Is it boredom or something more vast? Perhaps it's lack of motivation or personal responsibility that cause frustration. Maybe it's health issues that keep them away, or financial difficulties, a bill they can't pay. It could be poor time management skills or course material that gives them the chills. Mental health struggles might be to blame, leaving students feel lost and in shame. But there is hope, a way to turn things around. By addressing the root of the problem, we can break the ground. With support and resources, we can help students succeed and work towards a brighter future with all goals achieved. So this is where we are heading into. In fact, there is a debate going around in the world, in US or Europe, that ChatGPT is going to lead to end of student homework. And there's an article which I read in New York Times about 10 days back from an English teacher in a school in US who actually gave ChatGPT a very, very difficult assignment of a high school grade, maybe 11th or 12th grade. And the answer which came out of it, the teacher says that I can't give less than A+ to the ChatGPT. So we are talking about, and I'll be also talking about experiential learning, project-based learning. In Hyderabad, the place where I work in, we have an area called Amirpet. Some of you from Hyderabad would know. This is a place where students can actually go and buy a thesis, a PhD thesis, or a master's thesis, or a project across the off the shelf. Now you don't even need to go to such a place. Sorry? Yeah, you can go ask it anything. I mean, let me ask you to write a joke. Write a joke on student absenteeism. I think like some digital things, it fails. So let me sorry, I think it's because of my net being off. There's some problem with my net. So, but I wanted to show you something which was, yeah. This is the poem which I just wrote before coming into the session, just to test whether it actually does or not. So I asked it to write, this is something which I thought I will read out. Write a poem on digital education in commerce and accountancy. So digital education, a new trend in commerce and accountancy, it doth blend. No more dusty books and ink-stained hands. Now laptops and screens are our new bands. Gone are the days of chalk and board. Now slides and videos are the new reward. Interactive quizzes and virtual labs make learning easier without any tabs. Online courses and webinars galore for busy professionals, and open door to upskill and advance to new heights soar. Digital education, the future's in store. So embrace the change, don't be left behind. Step into the world of digital kind, where learning knows no bounds and never ends. In commerce and accountancy, digital education now ascends. It's shockingly powerful. And as I told you, we are in 2023. Look at where we will be 5 or 10 years down the line. And that is the reason why we have to really transform very rapidly. I just have to finish in a couple of minutes. So another thing which is really happening in digital world is gamification. Gamification is like you play video games. You can actually gamify your entire learning. And some of you may have experienced it. You can actually all simulate role play. You can have creative competitions. You can use levels and checkpoints for progress. You can give learning badges instead of marks and grades. And also give a detailed breakdown of the performance every individual student is having. So gamification is another very powerful tool which is entering into the education world. And again, something which we have all gone through during the COVID pandemic, and this was a very important question which we were asking, whether the future is physical or future is online. And the answer is, it is sort of somewhere in the middle, which is blended or hybrid. And it's a combination of the two, because there are some very powerful learnings which happen when students interact in a campus, and especially with a physical teacher. But there is also great advantage, as I demonstrated, of using technology. Assessments is another thing. In fact, in Hyderabad, we are now doing a study on assessments with the Indian School of Business. How do you leverage assessments to actually improve student outcomes? So we've always been approaching improvement of learning through the curriculum route. But ultimately, what you are testing, if it is rote learning, whatever you do, it will not transform. So you also have to actually approach it from the other side also. Use assessments as a tool for transformation. And NEP talks about very nice term, which I really love. So it says assessment of learning, assessment for learning, and assessment as learning. Assessment of learning is that you find out where the student is. Assessment for learning is you find the gap, and assessment as learning is that you use assessment for learning. And technology can really bring this very important shift which you are talking about from rote learning. We've also spoken about this, Minister, and the President spoke about it. Move from rote learning to meaningful learning. And we are also looking at AI-based evaluations in a very, very big way. Again, example is GRE. The AI engine evaluates your essay. GMAT. At the end of it, there is no human interface. The AI engine actually awards a score for the essay which you are writing. I'll stop here, and maybe at the end of the next speaker, maybe we'll have some time for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sri Naveen Mittal. And may I say thank you to Chat GPT as well. Thank you. Thank you very much for telling us about the digital ecosystem in the education world. And on this topic now, may I invite the second speaker. Please welcome CA Atul Gupta, past president, ICI.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Very respected and dynamic co-speaker who just completed his a wonderful address to all of you, Naveen ji. On the dais, Gyan Mishra ji and our one of the colleague who spoke initially, Kothari, and the very respected and my teacher, with whom I worked as a trainee when I was the president of the ICI, Dr. PC Jain Saab, and the chairman, vice chairman of the board of studies, Dayanivas Sharma ji and Vishal Doshi ji, the Abhay Chhajar ji, the council colleague, and the board of studies, all the officials and friends from the different universities, colleges, and the different part of the country. And I'm very happy that after many years, this program is being organized. I remember that earlier also, this program was used to be organized by the ICAI under the banner of the Board of Studies, and many vice chancellors, the dean, the principals, the head of the commerce, I will say the department, used to participate, and there was a lot of discussion about the future of accounting education, the future of commerce and the accountancy syllabi and the curriculum and so and so. And today, after this COVID, though the COVID scare is not, I will say that vanished so much, but still we are managed to have this program once again. And all of you have shown such of a eagerness to join in such a large number that the Board of Studies and the ICI must be feeling motivated with your kind presence. And I believe that because I believe so, when I was the president and there was a program under the aegis of the UGC and the AIU, that these kind of programs are very, very important, because the ICI has actually championed one very, very important aspect of the today's conference as well, is about the skill development. That today, if you are a chartered accountant, you are passing through a period of 4 years or so with the exams getting qualified, you are actually getting that kind of a skill set that you have a very, very flourishing career, not only in the profession, but otherwise also in the economic sphere of the country. Whereas that's something which I believe should be taken as a benchmark, or should be taken as a, I will say, by all the university and the colleges, that yes, something which is very, very important is about the skill development, rather than that we are just providing the theoretical aspect or the qualification to a student. My dear friend, today, Daya Bhai just invited me. I am aware that the shortage of time, because I have to complete by 4:30 this session, and we are around, but just 10 minutes or 15 minutes I will take just to summarize some of the aspects which I wish to. Friends, the agenda is very simple, that not only we are talking about the introduction and what should be our thought about the commerce education, the accountancy education, what should be the way forward, and how that particularly the goal of the education vis-a-vis the commerce education can be supported by the technology, because the technology, it should be treated as an enabler rather than that the technology is here to replace the role of the teachers or the I will say the mentors per se. And then something about the conclusion part. My dear friend, if you ask me that as rightly mentioned by Nelson Mandela ji, that the education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I believe when it is there, so whether it is I will say the social upliftment or it is the economic empowerment, I used to say as a ICI that the ICI is a catalyst for the economic and the eco and the social reform in the country. Because when I'm saying so, you will agree with me that yes, I'm aware about the universities as well, that they are also doing the same job. That when a student who belongs to a very, I will say the economically humble family with a fee of just less than 65,000 rupees with all the scholarships available and become the chartered accountant, you have a flourishing career before you. And same way, the number of students, we were discussing another day that today more than 43% students in the profession of ICI are the girls students, and the 27% are the girls member, and that shows that the social empowerment which is the ICI is offering. Now, my dear friend, if you tell me that the primary goal, so if I will say that these are the fundamental goals of the education which we are talking about. So whenever we are, I will have some questions as well before to all of you, that whenever we are discussing about the education side, that okay, why for education, what for education, what when we are developing a curriculum. So the last year when I was working with the Dr. PC Jain Saab to develop the new curriculum of the ICI, I was having the fortune to not only in 2017 but in 2022 also, when this new curriculum is getting developed and be the part of that particular ecosystem. So there were certain fundamental questions before us, that why we are developing, for whom we are developing, and what is our role, what is our goal, that okay, for which we are working all of us. So you will agree with me that there are the 5 fundamental aspects that I believe are the basic foundation of any education system of the world. Now, the first one is the societal change. I will not touch upon each and every aspect because the time is short. That not only you are empowering the individual, but also you are empowering the thought that okay, somebody will understand that okay, if I will provide the education or if I will do the education, it will be giving me that kind of empowerment. So that particular societal change, the mindset change is very, very important than whenever we are imparting the education. Another aspect is the attitude of change, because when you are so much of a, I will say the conventional, the rigidity will be there. But the very, very important role of the education is that provides you a mind to adapt the changes, that okay, yes, I have to change myself. I have to be change is ever evolving. So you have to see that the resistance of change is getting diluted. Then the national integration, because you will be above the caste, religion or anything, and then unity among the citizens will be there. The national development. And when I'm talking about the national development, you all agree with me that it's not only the economic side, it is the society, it is the political system, it is the scientific system, that everything is getting empowered is something is the, I will say, the pillars or the ingredients of the national development. And finally, the economic prosperity. Now, my dear friend, when we have all these points in our mind that, okay, whenever I am doing so, it should address all these aspects. I have just to share with you one slide wherein something to introspect. This is the global ranking of India in 2019, when we are talking about the skill-based education. And you can see that where we ranks. So that's the point which Dr. PC Jain Saab, again I am taking his name because he is my mentor. So whenever we are discussing about in the board of studies or anywhere, we are always discussing about, even Vandana ji will agree with me, that we are discussing about the skill set, that what kind of a skill set we are imparting to our students. Oh, only we are providing a theoretical education. मैं मजाक में कहता हूं सर एक बात आपको, आप क्योंकि हमारे सब टीचर हैं, तो कोटा साहब ने कहा क्योंकि आप सब गुरु हैं, तो क्या हुआ कि मुझे दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी ने, डॉक्टर पीसी जान साहब तो उस प्रोग्राम में नहीं थे, मैंने हिम्मत भी इसीलिए कर ली, और लेकिन आज मैं उनके सामने भी हिम्मत कर रहा हूँ. सो हिंदी इज ओके टू यू और मे बी या जस्ट फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल. सो व्हाट हैपेंड कि मुझे जीएसटी, क्योंकि मैं इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स का व्यक्ति हूँ, तो मुझे जो है वो फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम के लिए बुलाया गया दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के एक प्रोग्राम में, और टीचर सब बैठे हुए थे दया जी. तो मैं जीएसटी बोलना शुरू किया, मैं बोलता चला गया, ठीक है साहब, मैं बोलता चला गया. तो आप जैसे थोड़ा हुआ ना कि लंच से पहले ज्यादा लोग थे, लंच के बाद कम रह गए, अभी भी थोड़ा थोड़ा सोच रहे हैं यार कब खत्म होगा, तो ऐसे करके चल रहा था सब. तो मैंने उनको बोला कि साहब कैसा लग रहा है आप लोगों को, तो सब चुप, जैसे आप चुप हैं, तो सब चुप हो गए. मैंने कहा साहब देखो आपको समझ में तो कुछ नहीं आ रहा, लेकिन मैं आपको पढ़ाता जाऊंगा, क्योंकि आप लोगों ने भी कोस थीटा और साइन थीटा मुझे ऐसे ही पढ़ाया था. मैं मना कर रहा था मुझे मत पढ़ाओ लेकिन आप मुझे पढ़ाते चले गए. तो क्या हुआ कि अल्टीमेटली स्किल सेट नहीं था, बस पास करना था. सो दैट्स द पॉइंट विच ईच वन ऑफ अस शुड अंडरस्टैंड. अभी नवीन जी ने chat.gp.ai चलाया, जो भी नाम था उसका. उसने जो है साहब ने पूछा कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के अंदर जो है दैट व्हाई द स्टूडेंट्स आर नॉट अटेंडिंग देयर, व्हाई देयर इज एब्सेंटिज्म. यू चेक द आंसर. देयर वाज वन आंसर दैट द इंटरेस्ट इन द सब्जेक्ट. देयर वर मेनी आंसर्स, financial difficulty, the family difficulty, and so on. But one answer was that whether you have the interest in the subject. When you don't have the interest in the subject, you are passing the subject, you are attending the subject only for the sake of getting the qualification. Whether the skill set will come. And this is the way why that today we ranks at this point of position. Hardly matter, sir, whether you are providing through the technology or by the technology, whatever you will say. If your curriculum will remain the same, whether you will teach physically or through the technology, hardly makes any difference. And that's the point which everybody should introspect. Sir, I have the 5 questions, which I believe whenever you are setting the curriculum next time, you should ask from yourself. Number 1, how we are imparting skill. Naveen ji rightly mentioned that we initiated a project that all the college students should get a 6 months internship, maybe with a chartered accountant or a professional, and he rightly mentioned that we have started in Telangana. But tell me, if I am attending the 4 years a graduate program in any of the university with only that, okay, I'm going at 9 o'clock in the morning and 2 o'clock I'm coming back, whether make me industry ready, whether I will be able to contribute in the industry or in a company or in a particular organization. The answer will be in bold letter, in a capital letters, no. How we are imparting the skill? Actually, the skill set that, okay, making a person usable for the industry. The another aspect which I believe that we should ask from all of us, from ourselves, whether our education induce the rote learning or a concept building. आप लोगों ने 3 Idiot मूवी देखी है साहब, सब लोगों ने मजाक मजाक में सब कुछ जाना, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी whether we changed our systems, today also we are trying to teach everything within the limited hours. Say for example, somebody is developing a slavery. Now when I'm saying that I'm handling the, say for example, the GST matters, when I qualify the BCom or a CA, there was no GST in my curriculum. It was the attitude rather than the aptitude. I used to say, it is the attitude rather than the aptitude that determines your altitude. So you have to develop the professionalism. You have to clear the fundas, the concepts. That helps you more as compared to you are just qualifying an exam. And that is something very, very important. Otherwise, what is happening? We are trying to have in 100 marks, let us have the 10x for 10 marks each. Okay, I'm teaching everything. Amitji. You will have the insolvency, you have the valuation, you have the risk management, you have the international taxation, 10 marks each. So you can say in a slavery, I completed all tick box. So what will happen? It will not be a concept building. I visited England and Wales. Just when in 2017, we were developing the syllabus along with again Dr. P.C. Jain Saab. They told me, they updated us that they are giving the question paper, that the case study, a month in advance to the student. That, okay, this is your question paper. This is the case study you have to attempt. Only the questions will come when you will appear in the examination hall. Based on this case study only. So what will happen? The student will automatically develop everything around that case study, meaning thereby he will understand everything around that case study. But tell me, how many colleges, how many universities are today ready to take the assessment on the case studies, the assessment Naveen ji mentioned about? The another aspect which we should ask from ourselves, that whether we are giving whether the skill introduced or theoretical or practical approach. I believe something is typing mistake is there. So whether we are giving a theoretical or a practical approach. The next one is whether we are developing the aptitude or the attitude. Because ultimately developing the attitude is more important than the aptitude. Aptitude, you are aware, you are our teachers, that the ability to learn. It's more important that we are developing the attitude among the students. And last one, whether it is increasing the employability and the scalability of the students. Unless and until we will not ask these questions from ourselves, whenever we are designing or developing any curriculum, I believe we are only doing like an old wine in the new bottle. Here and there, some chapters removed, some chapters introduced. That's it. Now we have the new syllabus, new curriculum. And the purpose will be the same, the answer will be the same, the result will be the same as well. So that's why it's very, very important for all of us. Now, when we have the challenge, we have the problem statement, how the technology can help us. And this is again a next question, which I forget to share with you. In this new age ecosystem, whether the students are becoming the global citizen, whether my course, I was discussing yesterday, with 2 days before with the Daya Bhai, when the board of studies meeting was there, the academic credit, the credit bank, which Naveen ji just mentioned. And even Jadhav ji is sitting in the 4th row. He was mentioning that it should be like a free flow. That you have the credit, you can go anywhere in the world. Your education system, your credit system should be developed in such a way, making you a globally scalability, globally employable, globally scalable. It should not be, oh, you are from India or you are from this country and you have understood with this only. Sorry, I will not be able to. Now, my dear friend, this required a lot of innovation. I will not touch upon on this aspect because Naveen ji mentioned and covered everything that what this technology is doing. So he saved my time and the saved time of each one of you, that what should be the questions, how the assessment should be there, what should be our delivery models, what kind of a skill set I'm talking about, how we have to reach to the parents, the design, the thinking, how we are like a virtual schools. आप लोगों ने देखा होगा एक आइडिया का ऐड आता था, वो पेड़ के नीचे बैठ के जो है वो बच्चे पढ़ रहे होते थे. Purpose is the technology purpose is that how you are designing the new schools. You are living in a far-flung area. You are from the lower strata of the society. Still, the technology can enable you that you can get the best of the best teachers, because otherwise you will not be able to go to these cities and attend all these, and with the all money involved. So that something is the innovation we should aspire for. So the purpose is there that we have to make a strong nation. We have to achieve the skill-based education, and that the technology should be enabler. The innovation should be in that particular direction. All the steps Naveen ji mentioned, whether it's the MOOCs or otherwise, they are the enablers that, okay, ultimately for the purpose which we are discussing about. So my dear friend, again, I will not touch upon, because these are the way which Naveen ji explained in a more better way, in a more detailed way as compared to I am showing you the diagrams, that how the technology can help you to have the lectures, to have the, I will say, the various workshops, the video programs, and so on, that will become an enabler for each one of us. My dear friend, this is again the technology in the colleges, which I just noted down, that can help the colleges and the universities to adopt the technology for the purpose of the purpose which we are talking about. So my dear friends, it's already there are the challenges also. I noted down that the technology, certainly we have to overcome all these challenges as well, but maybe some other time we will be discussing all these challenges, because we have to address each one of them in the times to come. Already, Amitji, I'm aware that we are running behind, so I'm just completing in next 60 seconds. So my dear friends, this is the small summary which I believe that the technology can be an important enabler, where we can see the skill development reaching at grassroots level, not only for empowering youth, but also building nation. So I believe this should be the aim of our discussions in this 2 days program, and very well organized by the Board of Studies. And I believe that there will be a lot of discussion. The same thing is written in another words of Jenny, that the technology can become the wings that will allow the education world to fly farther and faster than ever before. It will allow it. So my dear friend, this is all from my side. Thank you very much to the Board of Studies. Thank you each one of you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, CA Atul Gupta, past President ICI, for sharing your thoughts on the topic digital ecosystem in education world and listing the questions that we need to probably ask ourselves. I now request CA Gyan Chandra Mishra, respected Central Council member ICI, to kindly share his concluding remarks and propose vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amitji. A very distinguished both speakers on the dais, Naveen ji and Atul Gupta ji, past president. My council colleague on the dais, Kotha ji, CA Dayanivas Sharma ji, our council member and chairman Board of Studies. My good friend and council member present over here, Abhay Chhajar ji. Our guru present among us, PC Jain sir, and of course, all the respected participants in today's program being organized by ICI under the aegis of Board of Studies, National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy. Friends, see, personally, if I see these 45 minutes were eye-opener to me. The type of discussion I have seen, the technology and innovation at its best we are going to have. This is really a matter of pride for all of us that we are joining the legacy of the innovation of the century. एक रामचरितमानस की चौपाई से मैं इसको कंक्लूड करना चाहूंगा. हरि अनंत हरि कथा अनंता, कहाँ ही सुनहि बहुविधि सब संता. This is unlimited. Anything is unlimited. Innovation is probably unlimited at any point. Today we are learning this, probably tomorrow, lot of things might change, and the day after tomorrow, and so on. So we have to upgrade ourselves. 5 points that I wanted to have the conclusion of the whole discussion. Despite of the technology or manual education, whatever it could be, but education must be accessible to all. Skill set must be accessible to all. This should not be privileged for privileged ones. The second one, whatever may be the form of the education, but the spirit should be well-being of the globe at large. If we are not for the well-being, any education system, whatever it may be in any form, probably is not going to fulfill the need of the society. Sustainability. The ecosystem should be preserved well to live with. Hence, it is needed that again, in whatever manner, we have to keep it in such a way that we could preserve our mother nature. Contribute to the social engineering and nation building. That is the most important. And the last one, after any education, the society must produce the good human beings along with the good professionals. So this is what I have tried to conclude. And now, vote of thanks. I give my hearty vote of thanks to the best speakers on technology so far I have heard. And of course, to all the council members present over here, our guru, sir हंस रहे हैं, sir आप हमेशा गुरु रहेंगे, उसमें आपको कोई shortcut नहीं है, our guru Jain sir, and of course to all the teachers, क्योंकि आपका कोई भी स्थान नहीं ले सकता है, आप इस समाज के दिशा निर्देशक हैं, तो हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम इसी तरीके से देश को उत्तरोत्तर प्रगति के लिए आगे ले जाएंगे. And of course, technology might be one of the part, innovation might be one of the part, but country must grow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CA Gyan Chandra Mishra ji, for your concluding remarks. I now request CA Kotha Srinivas ji and CA Gyan Chandra Mishra ji to present a token of thank you to each of our speakers. First, we like to say thank you to Shri Naveen Mittal ji. So this is an Ashok Stamp, sir. Thank you very much, Naveen ji, for your gracious presence and kind thoughts. Like Naveen ji said, Education 4.0 is the current era where anytime learning at your pace, customized to each of the student is where we are. Thank you. We like to present token of thank you to our second speaker, CA Atul Gupta. And like Atul sir said, the interest area of the student is the most important. Thank you very much. Thank you. With that, we conclude the technical session 3. And in just a bit, we will hop across to the last technical session for day 1. We already have the eminent speaker with us. So as we set the stage, I have 2 announcements to make. The first one, can somebody tell me when does India celebrate National Voter Day? National Voter Day. 25th of January. That's right. A round of applause for him, please. And do you know what's the helpline for the Election Commission? 1950, because Election Commission was founded on 25th January 1950. The reason I'm asking this is one of you has lost your election ID card. So I can read the name. Please come and collect. Chetan Gunvan Chaudhary. Mr. Chetan. जोरदार तालियां चेतन जी के लिए. ये देखिए बड़ा मुश्किल से बनता है इलेक्शन आईडी कार्ड. Yeah. Come, sir. Here we go. Would you like to express your happiness? Come. Would you like to say something? How is it going? Are you liking the national? Come on, you say something. That does not mean you should lose your ID card and come and speak here then.
First of all, thank you for giving me my card back. That is my right to vote. About the sessions going right from the morning are very amazing. Really good inputs have been there. And it was with a good start. The first session itself was very educating. And now also the session, there are a lot of inputs, a lot of new terminologies are being learned in this session. So I'm very much happy with this session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And the second news is that a lot of you have expressed a desire to get a copy of the ICI exemplar. So we will get a copy to you tomorrow. As part of the kit, you'll get that. Thank you. Let's now move across to the last technical session of the day. And it is on a very interesting topic. It says leveraging technology for imparting commerce education. Please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Vinny Jowhary, the distinguished speaker for the session. I request respected Central Council members, CA Abhay Kumar Chhajar and CA Anuj Goyalji to kindly come up on the stage. Dr. Vinny Jowhary is the Learning and Skills Lead with the Microsoft India, and I'm sure we're all very keen to listen into her as to how we can harness the potential of technology. In the previous session, we did learn that technology is an enabler, like Atul sir said, not a replacement, but how do we harness it? That's the key question. First and foremost, I request both our Central Council members, CA Abhijji and CA Anuji, to welcome Dr. Vinny Jowhary by presenting her a book. So do you remember the name of the book? The Professional. Author, Subruto Bagchi. Thank you very much. I now request CA Abhay Kumar Chhajar, respected Central Council member ICI, to kindly share his opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amit. Truly, it's so enlightening when you listen someone like you throughout the day. It's encouraging. Thank you. Highly respected, the speaker for today's session, the last session, what we have, leveraging technology for imparting commerce education, Madam Vinny Jowhary from Microsoft. Elder brother and very respected senior council member, CA Anuj Goyalji from Ghaziabad. My colleagues in the council, of course, everybody's saying Guru Dr. PC Jain. So it's been truly an honor to be part of this council, being my first year in the council and sharing his words of wisdom, listening to him throughout the year. For it's been 11 months I've been in the council. So it's truly an honor to listen to him all the time, whenever he shared his experience. My council colleagues, Kyanchand Mishra, Kotha Srinivas, respected speakers who have spoken throughout the day. It's excellent sessions we had throughout the day. And I think we've come to the last session on leveraging technology. And I think when I talk about technology, it's, it's so important. If you talk about the current scenario, we've been hearing these speakers from the first session, after that, the inaugural, and then we had the interaction, and then of course, the speakers who have spoken. And I thank Madam Vinny for her valuable time when she's come. A lot of work Microsoft is doing on learning and skill development across India. More particularly, I was just talking to her that they've been doing a lot of work in Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and other places where they have been developing softwares for the board education, the board universities, open board schools, and other probably school educations more into than the universities. But a lot of work has been done by Microsoft throughout the year. Commerce education, technology, if I talk about how it has impacted, there's a lot of impact which we have seen from learning from books to digital learning. And I think that is what the real change is. The students now are able to see the entire world in the class itself. The opportunity now we have in commerce education through digital
is there's a complete changeover. Gone are the days when we used to go out of classes, go for practical trainings, for other places to visit. Now we can see everything in the classroom itself. So I think there's a huge impact of technology. There is technology, whether you talk about management, you talk about insurance, you talk about finance, every area, every stream of business now has impact of technology. So I think we'll have an excellent session. Even the national education policy, if you talk about, has key highlights, which is specifically talks about the digital transformation, the technology impact, giving specific areas of the technology where it'll be impact in the education. So I think it's a great opportunity when you have someone like Winnie, madam, who will be speaking about the learning and skills. We have Anujji also, who will be sharing his experience. So great learning, good opportunity for all of us, the participants who are here, and the Board of Studies, the staff who have taken this initiative for last more than a month. We've been working. I congratulate Dayaneva Sharma, Vishal Doshi for organizing this first ever NES-CA. I would say the National Education Summit, Commerce and Accountancy. I would say NES-CA, I take it as National Education Summit, Chartered Accountancy. So it's Commerce and Accountancy, and also the Chartered Accountancy handholding, joining hands with universities. All of you have come across 25 states. So it's a good opportunity for each one of us to learn, relearn, unlearn, and then take whatever we have learned for these 2 days. So thank you very much. And of course, I request Madam Winnie, of course, Amit, to kindly take us forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the patient hearing and giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, CA Abhay Chajar, for your opening comments. I now request the distinguished speaker, Dr. Winnie Jowhary, to please guide us, enlighten us on the topic, how we can leverage technology for education purposes. Thank you.
Distinguished guests on the dais, eminent participants, it was such an honor to be here, to be sharing my thoughts with you on the role of technology in commerce education. And it was such a pleasure to listen to you, Mr. Mittal, the way you articulated and how progressively the government is thinking of driving change in education, and the different dimensions that you have covered were so eloquently explained. It was really inspiring to hear you. And I'm going to build up on the thoughts that Naveen-ji has shared with you. So what I'm going to do over the next 20-25 minutes is I will walk you through the broad changes that are taking place in the business environment. I'll also talk about, bring in the context of some of the things that were shared on the new education policy. And I'm going to talk about how in commerce education, various technology components can be integrated. What are the career paths that are opening up, and what changes can be brought about in multiple segments. So if we look at the broad economic, the broad business changes that are happening, it is a century that is powered by technology. We are seeing entrepreneurship that is happening, which is not the conventional brick and mortar changes. There is a constant quest for innovation and productivity achievements. So everyone wants to do more and accomplish more in minimum time. And ROI is becoming important. Questions are being asked about every dollar, everything that we spend. How can we contribute to getting more out of the investments? We are seeing unicorns in India. We are seeing some of the greatest platforms in technology emanating from India. Naveen-ji talked about it. The Coven platform, the UPI platform that has been created. There is Bhashini that has been created, which is going to bring different people from India talking in their own languages, and the machine learning is happening. And it's incredible how that communication will enhance. There is also strong climate change that is happening, and we have witnessed the impact of pandemic. And if we do not make adequate efforts, and education has a great role to play in it, I think we will see many more such things probably in the future. And sustainability of business is important because it's not just an idea for the sake of an idea, but when a business happens, when innovation takes the real life, there are jobs that are involved, there are lives that are involved, and the products or solutions that are created should contribute meaningfully to the ecosystem. Also, if we look at the profile of the students, it's not just one career that you have to be prepared for. Students today look at multiple career options. So like in the West, you see, you do not become a doctor immediately after grade 12. You go through a graduation, you understand, and then you go for medicine. Likewise, so today you may have a medical doctor, but he may want to become a technologist. We have examples in India of an orthopedic surgeon in Chennai who gave up his practice as a surgeon and is working on technology platforms, Power BI, those kind of things. And we have so many such cases. So you can be a musician, a chartered accountant, a physicist. You could have so many roles that could be changed. And because of this change in the new education policy, there is a national qualification credit framework that is being developed. And if in university, 50% of the credits are from the university and 50% can be earned on industry internships, on doing social work, on taking up courses which may or may not be aligned to what is being offered to the university, I think it's a big flexibility. And you can have gaps in your work life. You can do the school education work, come back, do some credits, go back to work. So I think there is a lot of change that is going to happen. And in interdisciplinary work, the ability to choose between subjects is very, very important. There are this young generation are digital natives. And as in Chat GPT, you mentioned, like it was mentioned that homework may not be required because if you can answer those critical questions, essentially you have a great personal mentor, which OpenAI applications are facilitating. So we are at the cusp of this fourth industrial revolution, which is powered by new technologies, the likes of AI. Chat GPT is an excellent example of OpenAI application. Internet of Things, we have connected devices. You look at manufacturing, you look at construction. A company like L&T today, because of the use of technology, is saving millions of dollars because they don't have to physically go and then do the checking on the ground. The remote accessibility, the remote report saves enormous amount of time. Blockchain, taxes being filed through that. Quantum computing. Quantum computing will add computing power to unimaginable levels. Today, if there are hacks, security hacks that happen, people take months and years to kind of figure out the code to access somebody's account. Quantum computing will reduce the time to hack. So security aspect, cybersecurity is even going to be more important. And the jobs are evolving because of these technologies. You see the demonstration of augmented reality was shown, where you could, for example, tinker with the anatomy and you could think, like, see how the heart or bone structure is. You can have that touch and feel factor in augmented reality. So you could be there could be a job of augmented reality journey builder. There could be a nurse who could kind of read reports. Like today, if we do MRI and we do those healthcare diagnostics, it takes enormous amount of time to sift through the reports. It's only matter of probably months or few months that the nursing staff will be able to have deeper insights and should be able to handle and kind of read those reports. Prescriptive medicine is already there. Smart city and analyst, look at the kind of jobs that will get created because of these new technologies. I just wanted to share this. Mr. Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, has been here. He is in Hyderabad today. And day before yesterday, there were students showcase that we did to him. And these were such wonderful projects wherein a grade 10 student has prepared an app wherein sign language for hearing impaired can be converted into speech, and a person who is speaking the language can be converted into sign language. They created an app called Bloombox. And the second group of students created a virtual reality application where you can feel the emotions in the environment. Imagine it's not just augmented reality, but the emotional component. And these are just school level students who are able to work with technology and apply them for social good. So I think in order to teach the skills of tomorrow, everyone has to become a lifelong learner. We have to rethink about our education. We have to rethink about what we teach, how we teach, and how students' learning can be empowered. So if we look in the context of commerce education, so there are multiple career opportunities because commerce side feeds into multiple areas. So there are whole range of opportunities around business schools. They could do an MBA, they could do masters in information technology. They could also, for example, take up chartered accountancy, CS. There are so many different routes that they can take. Analytics is another option, career option that they can take up. And even in arts, hospitality, tourism, the opportunities are endless. Commerce graduates can find jobs in those areas. But I think ICT is a core component today. Like even for cultural experiences, when you're talking to tourists across multiple countries in their languages, technology plays a very, very important role. It plays a role in data analytics. If you have to build careers in data analytics, I think today data is a great currency to build one's career on. And I was talking to few of our chartered accountants at Microsoft, because in Microsoft, like whatever we are talking, actually there is a huge technology backbone for almost every single function. Whether we talk of HR, finance, we talk of marketing, we talk of evangelism, learning, skill development. We talked of MOOCs. So Microsoft has something called as MS Learn, which is not only for internal employees, but the whole external community as well. So the future chartered accountants or commerce professionals, business professionals have to look at themselves as strategic leaders or advisors or consultants. It's no longer about balancing the balance sheets or the numbers, but it's about how do you kind of bring in insights which lead to portfolio management, which leads to good decisions on what's working, what's not working, and whether the investments are kind of paying back and they are the right investments. So we were talking to some of the financial controllers at Microsoft, and they said COVID has changed everything. So there is this additional responsibility of partnering, and technology plays a key role. So all today, if we kind of have outsourced assignments to PwC, EY, Deloitte, they're all using standard. It's not just the Tally. It's there today. They're using something called as Dynamics 365. So there are ERP, CRM applications. So today, if you look at companies like a Zomato, or like you're doing Paytm transactions, you are everywhere. I think the data is the currency. So you need to know how like people are accepting your products or solutions. What are they saying? How many customers will leave how much attrition will happen? What is it that they like to consume? So all those insights, like that data is very, very powerful. So, and in terms of you have to ensure financial controls, risk mitigation, fraud prevention. And in all of this, technology plays a key role. Banks today are using AI engines to predict who are the customers who are profitable to have and who are the customers it's best that they leave them. And there is also a lot of automation of processes. Like today we are many, for example, a lot of people in insurance industry file claims, whether those claims are genuine or not. So today AI-led applications are being used to address those. Another important point that I want to make here is that commerce or chartered accountancy, I think they should look like there's an important component of sustainability. They are the sustainability custodians. What are the investments that we make today that will kind of create organizations that will leave a positive footprint behind and also preserve the environment as well? So, and also there are changing expectations in business. When businesses are hiring, it's not, and I can share the perspective from Microsoft, it's not just about a degree or the background that one brings in. It's the attitude, like, are you a problem solver? Can you simplify the complex process? Out of many times we get lost in discussions, things are so complex. So they're looking at talent who can make decision-making easier. They can manage projects. They can work with global talent, like diversity is important, inclusivity is important, accessibility is important. So it's because when we look at the real world, we have all these combinations of people coming in from multiple backgrounds, value systems, gender differences are there. So in a real life, I think people should be able to work with each other. They'll need to learn to live with ambiguity. Agility is very, very important. And caring for sustainability is very important. So I think from that perspective, if we talk about commerce education, so we can't be just skewed to mathematics or just commerce subjects. I think there has to be an exposure to all these areas. And one thing that I would like to share is that I think in India, we teach a lot. I think we overteach. It's in schools, you look at the huge bags that students carry. In higher education, in engineering, I've taught almost for 15 years in higher education in the realm of management on international programs. If we look at global masters or global professional courses in a semester, they would teach 4 courses, but the assignments would be such that it builds you holistically. You will draw from finance, strategy, leadership, HR. The projects would be to solve a problem in real life. While as in India, we still have in engineering first year, we will have discrete mathematics, engineering mathematics, chemistry, physics. Oh my God, 8 courses in one semester, 16 courses in a year. How much can you, like, you attend the classes, but then your mind is not there. So I think we need to teach less, give more time for teachers to prepare to research, and also for students to explore the world. If they go out, solve a problem, send them to villages, send them to different cities, countries, so that they see the world and learn. Experiences are important. And with AI, I think sky's the limit. I would say AI for good, for example, AI courses or applications, there are certain commonalities of technology, but then there are core guiding principles, ethical principles, governance is important, fairness is important, biases have to be eliminated. Because when AI machine learning happens, and if you're just using or developing a machine only with one geographical region or one language or bias with the gender, it will develop biases. While as if you look at the chat GPT, look at the eloquence, look at the politeness with which the engine was responding. Initially, there were some experiments done with a bot and there were strange answers coming in. Here you see, so the more open your machine learning, the more diverse the population that contributes to the development of such engines, I think higher or better will be the output. So I think it is, and there are huge ramifications in terms of governance that can be driven. For example, Microsoft had partnered with Telangana government sometime back on using the AI applications to predict the student dropout from schools, and likewise with some other states as well. So AI models can actually tell what are the problem areas and where the corrective action can be taken in a classroom. Personalization of learning, adaptive learning, all this is possible. And so many other applications are there. And to have access or build up competence on AI. So I wouldn't say that AI is only for engineering students. It's there for painters, for musicians, for commerce students, and certain basic exposure should be there. And if I tell you that you can create a bot for interaction in 15 minutes, would you believe that? Anybody can create that. We have young students of grade 6 in Punjab who have developed bots to teach AI. Today, you don't have to learn extensive coding. There is no code, low code application with which bots can be created. So I think these are all areas. Analytics, again, I think there is so much more. I think the real power will come in not from quantity of data, but the prescriptions that can come in, like basis this report, what should I do? I think those are the areas where on data science, again, you can have tracks of specialization. You can become a data scientist. You can, based on, like, there's so many things that can be done. And organizations like Microsoft do have content in public realm. We have certifications in that realm and huge support to the faculty as well to teach those courses. Dynamics for commerce, I think it's huge linkages to job roles, financial consultant, supply chain consultant, sales consultant, marketing consultant, and you have the whole science and the course content available for folks to learn and embrace. I was looking at the LinkedIn job reports, and we looked at the various job areas like a full stack engineer. They're talking about financial background, somebody who can execute a project seamlessly. So your financial background, commerce background, ability to work with technology is required. Likewise, AI specialist, all of these call in for financial background roles as well. So I think we need to have, as was mentioned earlier as well, we need to have project orientation, teach people to work in timelines, goal orientation to solve problems. I think mentorship from industry is very important. In fact, we are even providing internships for school students. We partnered with the CBSE board, and you'll be happy to hear in last 6 months, we've had 7,000 students doing virtual internship, listening to people's career paths, their stories of success and failure, what kind of technologies they can tinker with, exposure on industrial standards. Many times we face resistance that why should we go with a particular industry player? Let's say why Microsoft, why XYZ, or why should we do this? We have to create generic exposure. And I would say when you're flying a plane, right? Airbus manufactures it, Boeing manufactures it. And when you have to fly a plane, you have to either train on one kind of aircraft or another kind of aircraft. So likewise with technology, I think if industry comes forward for partnership, I think we should look at it from the lens from a student standpoint. Today, if we are training them on Azure or let's say Power BI, it'll do him a lot of good when he gets the first job. He can also start looking at other paradigms or platforms and make those calls. But I think at our stage, when they are learning, we should be like partner and make as many experiences possible for the student community. And curriculum design, assessments have to be relooked at as well. I think it's just stuck up here. And we have LinkedIn, wherein it's not only just the technical aspect, but also on the soft side. I think technology enables guidance on career paths, connects with the alumni, learning from their experiences. All this is possible. And I think we should open the doors for students so that they can kind of make those connections and get mentored as well. I don't know how I'm doing on the time. I should. So I just wanted to also tell you that Microsoft is deeply invested in education. We spend billions of dollars from CSR as well, and foster collaborations with universities, state governments, school ecosystems. And I would like to share this experience from Andhra Pradesh, where the government made the investment to train 1.65 lakh students from 300 colleges across the state. And in the last 5 months, more than 80,000 students have earned certification. They were trained on various technical paths. The teachers were empowered, and employability has increased, enrollment has increased in the colleges, and also a lot of more than 80,000 plus internships got opened because the talent was nurtured in those areas. So I think there is, when industry and academia come together, along with support from the government, I think magical outcomes can happen. And many of our, for example, certifications or content that we offer has got acceptance at the national level in various countries, such as Taiwan or France or Mexico or Ireland. And in fact, they have made such certifications mandatory when students graduate out of universities. When we partner as a technology partner in education, we not just talk about content, but it's a 360-degree holistic framework that you can kind of have access to. We do leadership workshops to kind of support the leaders on the transformation journey. So it's about student success, it's about teaching and learning, it's about research infrastructure, and it is about smart campus. So on each of the 4 pillars, we have wonderful case studies and insights as to how technology can make wonderful contributions for the education ecosystems to evolve. And I would just like to say that I think we have to, currently where we are in our education system is more of memorization and understanding and application of what we learn. But I think we have to move to a stage of highest level of learning, which is about contributing to knowledge, become co-creators of knowledge. And all this would mean fundamental rethink of curriculum, of assessments, and how we kind of train our students. A traditional lab looks something like this, but I think we have to think of a learning laboratory where we have people who learn from each other, collaborate with each other. So it's just an indication of, it's not a conventional classroom we need to look at, but a system which is project-based, instilling creativity, and not just talk about attaining 99.9% marks. I think it's about holistic development, and every what we call as failure should be looked as a challenge, an opportunity to learn lessons of life and make positive contributions. I think I would just like to wrap up here, and I hope that whatever I've presented evokes interest, and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinny Jowhary, for sharing your insights on the topic, how we can leverage technology for imparting commerce education. We do have a lot of questions, so respecting time, let's squeeze in a couple of them. The first one is, what are the major challenges in digitization of education system in India? and how can we overcome these challenges? So we'll switch on the mic.
I think the question was, what are the challenges in embracing technology in education?
Yeah, what are the major challenges in digitization of educational system in India, and how can we overcome those challenges?
So there are multiple challenges that need to be addressed. One is the availability of infrastructure and resources. So I think most often it is the lack of access to resources that is construed as the biggest challenge. So whether in higher education or schools, governments are strongly thinking of, like, are investing to create model schools or model universities. Skills universities are being created. But there are areas which are in far-flung areas where connectivity is not there. And even if the equipment is there, that has never been opened up. There is also a fear of using technology. I think there needs to be sensitization amongst the teachers, amongst the leaders, that this change is for good. It will create classes more, make classes more interesting. Technology is not going to replace the teachers ever. I think there is a lot of fear factor that needs to be handled as well. And at a policy level, I think we need to, if we really are talking of leapfrogging and to the next level, I think that resource allocation is extremely important. The second bit will be the capacity building, both of the leaders, education leaders, as well as teachers. And from the K-12 segment that we work with, we have amazing lessons and insights, even from the remotest part of the country, of success coming in. And
Okay.
technology is not expensive. Like, there is also a myth, it's very expensive. But when you look at the different solutions today that are available, it's very affordable if you calculate the costs over.
The next question, even if metaverse has penetrated, is digital learning platform really suitable for teaching and learning, accounting, taxation, auditing? A real-time interaction and hands-on training might be missed. How do you see this?
So it is not just sufficient. Yes, the MOOC platform or digital learning opens up a huge opportunity for scale. For example, in a traditional university, you may have 1,200 students, or smaller one may have 400 to begin with. Someone may have 20,000 students. But through the digital platforms, you can reach, let's say, lakhs of students. You have universities that are catering to global audience. The reach will be there. But coupled with it, if you integrate technology solutions that call in for collaboration, that enables you to be mentored by faculty. Also the tie-up for example, internships or student projects, I think it can take the learning to a very different level. So I would say with online platform, create opportunities for real life exposure and interaction. Mentorship plays a huge difference, I would say, here.
Okay, last question. It says, I represent the CISCE and we conduct the class 10th and 12th board exam. We want to know how technology can be integrated in the commerce syllabus of the 10+2 stream.
Yeah, huge opportunity there, both from teaching and learning perspective. For example, if you have experienced OneNote, or if you've been using Excel, on Excel as well, there is immersive reader. So there is a maths app, for example. And many times students take tuitions, or they go to internet to look out for solutions for problems. While as in this case, when you're developing a quiz and the teacher wants to develop, for example, more questions, the tool will automatically generate similar kind of questions. Imagine the time that you save. And if you want to learn the solution, it will give you steps as well in that. That's one side. I would say there are proctored assignments that are possible, proctored exams that are possible. There is mentorship that is possible beyond the classroom. There is student level collaboration that is possible. I think I can share a lot of examples on that.
Okay, and thank you very much. Thank you for asking all the questions. Thank you for answering them. I now request CA Anuj Goyal, respected Central Council member ICI, to kindly share his concluding remarks and propose vote of thanks. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, CA Amit Arora ji. So chartered accountant can do anything. So he's on Doordarshan, he's a cricket commentator, he's was the main presenter and anchor for the World Congress. So very, very big round of applause for. And friends, I think the way Dr. Vinnie Jory, ma'am, who is of course learning and skills lead Microsoft, has touched upon this very, very important need for the commerce education. I think Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, way back in 1949 itself, when we came out in existence as a statutory body under the Act of Parliament, we came out with the distance learning program. And you see, after more than 70 years, whole of the world is going for distance learning by, of course, using technology. And I think the way India is taking lead, and each and every university, we are having the best of the educationists present here. We are having, of course, the chairman of the Board of Studies and the vice chairman Board of Studies, Dayaniva Sharma ji and Vishal Doshi ji. The way both these gentlemen has put their best to see that how we can try to come out with the CA course curriculum as per the National Education Policy 2020 of the Prime Minister Modi. I think something really great. A very, very big round of applause for both of them. We are, of course, having Abhay Chhajar ji, our honorable Central Council member here, or we are having PC Jain sir, who has been the principal of one of the most prominent commerce college of the country, Sri Ram College of Commerce, Dr. Manda Nagpal ji, Director Studies, and her entire team, Dr. Nikhil Saket, Sen Gupta ji, Karuna Bhansali ji, Dr. Nikhil Saket ji, and all other, of course, respected educationists who are present here, and our respected speakers who have contributed in a great way. I think the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is banking upon all of you in a great way, because you are providing the best of the material to the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, who ultimately are becoming the members of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. The best accounting professionals, not only in our country, but across the world. And there is no second thought about it. Practically, if India is moving towards 50 trillion, अब 5 trillion की तो बात ही नहीं हो रही. If we are moving towards 50 trillion by 2050, we may be the second largest, and God willing, we may be the largest economy also of the world. Because you never know of the China, what is ultimately going to be the fate of the China. Otherwise, in the present scenario, the China is going to be the largest economy of the world. And friends, let me tell you, the role of the commerce graduates is going to be the most important.
And unless and until we will be having the best of the commerce graduates, I think it would be very, very difficult for us to produce the best accounting professionals of the world. We are really grateful from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which is of course a statutory body under the Act of Parliament, that we have got the best of the talent through all of you. And I think it is a need of our that how we can use the technology in the formal education, formal university education. Very difficult to digest, but ultimately there is no other way but to have the use of the technology. And one of the most important region, Viniji and Abhayji, I think one of the most important reason that we should use the technology in the best possible manner in the commerce education is this, that you can't have the best of the resources, best of the faculty in each and every place. So unless and until you will be using the technology in the best possible manner, you can't have the best of the talent to educate our students. So I'm quite confident that all of us will certainly understand the need of our, that there is no alternate but to use the technology in the best possible manner. And employable youth, the most important thing is employable youth. There is no fun to produce the commerce graduates unless and until they are employable. So the skill development is the most important thing. So I think in the national education policy of NDA government, this is a thrust that how we can have the skill development, and the youth is banking upon on all of us in a great way. The government is banking upon on all of us in a great way. I'm quite confident under your able leadership, I will say, in the education sector, we will certainly going to achieve that target, because now the time has gone that we have to produce the graduates and postgraduates. Now we have to produce those graduates and postgraduates who are employable, who are having the skills, who can contribute in the best possible manner, not only in our country, but in each and every part of the world. I'm really grateful to Vinny ma'am. I'm really grateful to Abhay sir. I'm really grateful to all of you. And of course, Dr. PC Janji, our honorable guest speakers. And I think today it is the last session. So for whole of the day, I think I'm supposed to propose a hearty vote of thanks to the Board of Studies also, and the chairman and vice chairman Board of Studies and director and all the officers of the Board of Studies for putting their efforts to see that how we can have this very, very important National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy. And I'm really grateful to each one of you that in spite of the fact that you are at the top in your respective organizations, you are here. You are the part of this very, very important summit. And I'm quite confident that this 2 days summit is going to be a game changer for the commerce education in the times to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CA Anuj Goel, respected Central Council member, ICI, for your concluding remarks and the vote of thanks. So with that, we do conclude day one. We'd like to request both our Central Council members to kindly present a token of thank you to the distinguished speaker, Dr. Vinny Chowri. Thank you very much, madam, for enlightening us on the technology. The fact it is an enabler, it is our friend. We request the Central Council member, and can I also invite CA Tanush Garg to join, past chairman, Noida branch? Oh, he's not there. Yes. Dr. PC Jain, can you join? Thank you very much. Let me quickly tell you the agenda for day two. We like to request each one of you to join us here at 10 in the morning. So 10 in the morning, please come. If we've got adequate quorum, by 10:15, we'll start the first session. And the chair and the vice chair of Board of Studies will be there in the first session to share more about the ICI exemplar that you all also get the hard copy on. So they'll help you with that. And then we'll have an open session. You can ask questions to the chair and the vice chair of Board of Studies, and I'm sure that'll be great fun. So let's target coming at 10. And the first session would be about ICI exemplar. The second session tomorrow, my personal favorite. I really want to know how we can have learning methodologies from mythology. Sounds very interesting. So don't miss that. We'll be joined by Ms. Bindu Das, who's an associate professor with University of Delhi. And the third session tomorrow, that's before lunch, is also riveting. It is a panel discussion where we've got very distinguished personalities, and they will be discussing how we can integrate university education and the professional education of chartered accountancy. Then we break for lunch, and we'll conclude this first of its kind National Education Summit on Commerce and Accountancy with financial and tax literacy. As was discussed in the morning, ICI does run a campaign, ICI Ka Abhiyan, Vittiya Gyan. So we like to impress upon how financial and tax literacy is important for various streams, be it medical, engineering, law, any stream, why financial and tax literacy is important. So that's the last session that we'll have. So thank you everyone for being such a nice audience. Hope you had a nice enriching day, and see you tomorrow at 10. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening. Thank you.